Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Por supuesto, es la mitad de la semana. Vamos a darle con absolutamente Toño de Valdés a esto. Movámonos para adelante, damas y caballeros. Bienvenidos a esta edición del Casino del Tío Salo, donde vamos a analizar, por supuesto, que todos los precios que se pueden imaginar en todas las tablas, etcétera. Pero como siempre, antes les tengo que decir pura mamada. Entonces, para eso están muchos de ustedes aquí. No se hagan, no somos mejores que eso en este canal. No lo somos. Tenemos un título interesante que, antes que nada, una vez más, si algo te da ansiedad de lo que te estoy diciendo, los títulos, etcétera, no veas estas mamadas, por el amor de Dios. Lo único que no quiero es que tengas miedo a leer estas cosas, que te dé ansiedad, que te dé pánico, que te haga preguntarte demasiadas cosas. No es lo que estoy buscando para nada. ¿Ok? Eso es algo que quiero aclarar desde el principio. Como lo dice en el título, este no es el fin del dólar, es el fin de todo, pero no es negativo. Así que por eso no hay llamas en el título detrás de mí. Es como ahora un staple, ¿no? De todos los youtubers en finanzas, las llamas. Y por eso me estoy saliendo tanto a eso. No he visto las noticias por no sé cuánto tiempo. Vi que despidieron a no sé quién de la Fed. No me interesa para nada, nada de eso importa. Nada, 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 que no te hagan caer en tonterías. Ahorita vamos a platicar de esto rápido. Recuerda que el 1 de septiembre voy a anunciar al ganador en salovisa.com a cualquier persona que haya sido registrada de esos $8,000. Así que si todavía no te has suscrito, date una vuelta a salovisa.com, regístrate, es gratis y literalmente eso te da 5 entradas para poder participar en este sorteo de $8,000 que te estoy dando yo de mi propia bolsa. Tristemente nadie me está sponsoreando, ¿no? Nadie, solamente yo ahí de pendejo. Así que felicidades, Alejandro. Bien por ti. Ok, quiero empezar esto con una pregunta que vi. ¿Cuándo fue? Ayer, no, antier, porque ayer me fui a la playa todo el día. Pero antier estaba haciendo un en vivo acá en Salovisa, estamos platicando de puras locuras como siempre, y alguien me estaba preguntando y preguntando de finanzas y de si saco una hipoteca y si saco todo esto y qué voy a hacer. Por esto les digo que no vale la pena leer las noticias. Y esto es la cosa más importante. Yo creo que la única que tienes que entender, si es que estás pensando en invertir, si estás pensando en sacar un préstamo, si estás pensando en abrir un negocio, es lo siguiente. Cuando el dinero está caro, no quieres comprar dinero. Cuando un coche está caro comparado con cuando está barato, ¿cuándo lo quieres comprar? Cuando está barato. Es lo que yo me imaginaría, ¿no? No sé cómo vivas tú tu vida, brother, y qué pendejadas hagas o qué pendejadas no hagas, ¿no? Pero es como yo vivo mi vida. Yo quiero comprar cosas cuando estén en descuento porque me estoy ahorrando una lana y me va a ir mejor a través del tiempo, sobre todo cosas que se aprecian, ¿no? No voy a comprar la cosa que sale top una vez más. Es como la gente que compró el Cybertruck de segunda mano por $300,000 y ahora lo tienen que vender por $80,000. ¿Quieres ser ese güey o quieres el güey que lo compró por $80,000? Y ahora imagínate que vaya a subir de precio esa mamada, que no lo va a hacer, y lo venderías después. Esa es la idea. Lo mismo pasa con el dinero. Todo este cuento de que la Reserva Federal y que Trump, esto es para darte ansiedad, para confundirte, para darte miedo, para hacerte preguntarte cosas, para que en tu cabeza no, para que sigas todo el teatro y continúen llenándote de mierda toda la cabeza. Y de nuevo, esto es algo que te repiten todos los pacos. Los pacos son, para la gente que no sepa, los periquitos, así se llamaba mi perico cuando era chiquitito, y repiten todo lo que les dices. Y los pacos ahora en Internet nos han completamente diluido a todos a un grado donde todos estamos haciendo lo mismo, ¿no? Vieron que una chavita estaba haciendo bailes en TikTok que hace $30 millones al año y ahora todo el mundo está haciendo bailecitos. No es coincidencia, es a propósito todo esto. Vieron que a gente le empezó a ir bien leyendo, bueno, mostrando noticias, hablando de ellas, y ahora todo el mundo lo está haciendo, ¿ok? Entonces, la eficiencia del sistema para poder darte información que te va a llenar de mierda, confundirte, miedo, todas las cosas negativas que te puedas imaginar, está en su punto más fuerte de toda la historia y lo hacen ver como si fueran otras personas como tú mismo dándote estos consejos. Así que no quiero que caigan en esas tonterías, es lo primero que les tengo que decir. Lo segundo que les tengo que decir, dentro de todos estos pacos, la paquez, todas las cosas que se están repitiendo, que de nuevo, no es su culpa, están entrenados así y simplemente algún día espero que se despierten y se den cuenta de lo que están haciendo. Como yo mismo, yo era un gran Paco, por supuesto, uno de los Pacos originales. Como siempre, ¿no? Soy el pendejo que instaura las cosas, los dejo en el cagadero y después me doy cuenta de, verga, güey, nos vieron la cara de pendejos, en lo que ya todo el mundo lo acepta como algo normal. Así que bien por mí. Y de esto siempre me ha ido muy bien financieramente hablando, solamente por entender este concepto. Cuando el dinero está caro, no voy a comprar dinero. Cuando el dinero está barato es cuando lo voy a comprar. Y ahora, para mucha gente que tal vez es financieramente iliteral o financieramente ignorante, podemos decirlo así, y no es un insulto solamente que no entiendas estos conceptos. Si estás viendo videos que hablan de la Reserva Federal subiendo y bajando tipos, pero no entiendes que ahorita el dinero está caro comparado con lo barato que estaba antes, este es el problema. Este es justamente el problema, ¿ok? De lo que estoy hablando. No tienes idea de nada del concepto más sencillo de todos porque te han llenado de tanta información que es inservible. No te sirve, es inútil, no te sirve para nada. Entonces, ¿qué quiere decir que el dinero esté caro? Cuando vas a pedir un préstamo, ahorita, ponte tú, vas a pedir un préstamo de una casa y digamos que son $100,000 para ponerlo redondo, ¿no? 100,000, 100%. $100,000 vas a pedir un préstamo ahorita y te van a cobrar 7% anual. Eso quiere decir que vas a pagar $7,000 al año en tu préstamo. Eso es lo que te está costando esos $100,000. ¿Ok? Y ahora, ¿por cuántos años y todo eso? Y ahí es donde se acumula un chingo. Pero sencillo, el término es esto. ¿Cuánto cuesta el dinero? $100,000 ahorita cuestan $7,000 al año por un rato. Entendido. Para una hipoteca. Por 30 años en realidad. Por 30 años. En el 2020-21, principio del 2021, porque ahí es cuando empezaron a subir todo, el dinero, el $100,000 te costaban $2,000. Te costaban menos de 3 veces lo que te cuesta hoy. En el dinero neto que estás pagando, porque la gente lo ve, pero me están dando $100,000, pero te cuesta el triple. Entonces, el dinero ahorita está caro. Es lo único que tienes que saber. El dinero está caro. Entonces, vas a ir a buscar comprar dinero ahorita cuando está caro o lo vas a hacer cuando esté barato. Y te juro por mi vida, te lo juro por mi vida, con mi alma te lo digo, si crees que la Reserva Federal te va a decir a ti y a todos los pacos para que puedas usar esta información antes que todo el mundo para que te beneficie, no has puesto atención en nada. Lo único que están haciendo es confundiendo a todo el mundo para que no entiendan cómo funciona esto. Y es bastante sencillo. Una vez que baja el precio del dinero, ve a comprar tu dinero, ve a pedir tus préstamos. Cuando el dinero está caro, quédate fuera de ellos. Y de nuevo, si no entienden este concepto, díganme por favor. Quiero explicarlo lo más claro posible. Creo que esto es lo más claro que se puede, pero todavía me vuela la cabeza que hay gente viendo videos financieros que no entienden este simple concepto que es todo. Y con eso no tienes que hacer nada. Lo único que tienes que hacer es hablarle a tu banco cada mes. No va a pasar en un día. Cuando el dinero baja de precio, no va a pasar en un día. No se va a acabar en 30 segundos. No va a ir todo el mundo a comprar dinero, a pedir deuda. No va a pasar, no, nunca pasa así. Tienes bastante tiempo para actuar. Entonces, ¿cuándo vas a ir a hacer todas estas cosas, endeudarte, etcétera? Y lo que te va a importar es cuando la Reserva Federal diga que baja los tipos. No, porque la Reserva Federal el año pasado bajó los tipos 3 veces. ¿Y qué fue lo que pasó con las hipotecas? Subieron de precio. Entonces, si yo no estoy viendo a la Reserva Federal y simplemente estoy hablándole a mi banco cada mes y le digo, oye, ¿cuánto cuesta el dinero? Y me dice 6,5%, 7%, 7,5%, no está bajando para nada. Entonces, no importa lo que diga la Reserva Federal. Y el día que le habla al banco y me diga, oye, ¿cuánto está? Y veo que el banco me dice, ya está en 5,5%. Digo, ok, me voy a esperar un mes, porque si el próximo mes vuelve a bajar más, eso quiere decir que va a continuar en esa tendencia. Es todo lo que tienes que hacer. Olvídate de la Reserva Federal y la Junta de Jerome Powell y Jackson's Hole y todos los hoyos de mierda. Nada de eso tiene sentido. Ahora vamos con el dólar, que es lo mismo que les están diciendo a todos. Esto viene de información. Es un amigo. No quiero dar específicos porque no quiero meter a nadie en problemas, ¿ok? Entonces solamente lo voy a decir así. Créelo o no. Y una vez más, no te busco dar ansiedad. Lo único que quiero es que estés tranquilo y explicar algo. Solamente estoy pasando la información que estoy recibiendo, como siempre, ¿no? Y ahora puede estar mal, puede estar bien. Aquí simplemente estamos para poner tonterías enfrente de todos ustedes. A eso me dedico. ¿A qué te dedicas, Alejandro? A decir pendejadas. Gracias. Todos estamos platicando del fin del dólar. Estamos viendo que Estados Unidos se continúa endeudando. Estamos viendo que continuamos las guerras. Estamos viendo que el dólar se está devaluando. en la tabla del DXY, ¿no? El Dixie. Estamos viendo eso. La narrativa de todos los pacos es que el dólar se va a ir a cero, va a desaparecer, va a perder la reserva, que van a imprimir una gran cantidad de dinero, todo el mundo lo dice, van a bajar los tipos y con eso va a haber más inflación, que es lo que todo el mundo está rogando, al mismo tiempo se están quejando de la inflación. Es la contradicción más chistosa que existe en este momento en la realidad. No, es que esta inflación va a seguir, pero ya que bajen los tipos. No, es una locura. Pero lo padre de esto es que ninguna de sus opiniones importa, ni tampoco la mía. Aquí va a pasar lo que tiene que pasar y ya. Y la cosa es, todo nuestro mundo, si se ponen a pensarlo, Estados Unidos y todos, estamos devaluando nuestras monedas a un paso acelerado. No nada más estamos devaluando nuestras monedas a un paso acelerado. Literalmente se están robando el dinero a un paso muy, muy, muy rápido. ¿Ok? Y yo no entendía esto. Yo creí que simplemente con lo de los stablecoins el problema se arregla porque puedes comprar toda la deuda que nadie quiere comprarle a Estados Unidos, etcétera. Pero esto parece ser dos bandos y bastante sencillo. Y esto tiene temas más profundos que podemos después tocar en tal vez una me preguntó al rato si lo queremos hacer de esto también. Díganme ustedes qué opinan. Eh, pero por ahora hay dos bandos. El bando tradicional de los banqueros que quieren que ese sistema continúe en perpetuidad y que justamente lo de las monedas estables va a ayudar y que todo esto va a empujar para adelante. Y ahora mucha gente va a decir, oh, también está el BRICS, güey, todos los que están comprando oro y todas estas cosas. Todo eso entra en esto mismo, ¿ok? Tienes ese bando, los banqueros centrales, todo lo que estén comprando los banqueros centrales, todo eso, su interés, los bancos, el sistema financiero como lo hemos conocido todo este tiempo. Y del otro lado de la moneda, tienes a gente que está hablando de la abundancia, de que todo el mundo va a vivir en abundancia como si fuera rico. Y esto te lo dicen que viene con inteligencia artificial, que inteligencia artificial de la nada va a crear un chingo de abundancia y te va a dar todo lo que te mereces. Estos dos bandos, y esto es de verdad, porque lo que me dijeron fue, encontramos cómo podemos tener una sociedad que no necesite ningún tipo de dinero en esta modernidad y que todo el mundo viva de no mames. Y es lo que queremos implementar. Y el otro lado, los bancos no quieren que esto sea implementado para nada porque esto es lo que les permite a ellos continuar todo lo que están haciendo y que todo el mundo esté en la mierda, preocupado todo el tiempo, etcétera. Cuando hablamos del fin del dólar, creemos que el dólar se va a devaluar, Estados Unidos va a explotar, tetas van a estar en llamas en todos lados y bebés también llorando en la calle y explotando por todos lados, que es lo que todo el mundo se imagina cuando el dólar se acabe. Una recesión es lo que todo el mundo cree que pasaría, ¿no? Porque no pueden entender qué es lo que estamos viviendo en este momento. Pero la realidad es que esto está pasando en todo el mundo, con todo. Y no sé cuál sea la forma correcta de decir esto, de esta abundancia que nos va a traer inteligencia artificial, pero no, una vez más, no es la inteligencia artificial en sí que va a llegar y va a ser como Dios de y va a hacerle así y va a aparecer, ¿no? Estás sentado en tu casa y te van a aparecer 3 Ferraris. Todo eso va a cambiar, eso ya no te va a importar por todo lo que vas a tener. Y esto es algo que un bando de humanos, ¿no? Como ponte tú, Elon Musk y otros, están empujando y estamos llegando al choque de esto. Y vamos a ver exactamente qué es lo que llega a pasar, porque tenemos dos sopas, ¿no? En esto, simplemente la oportunidad. Y de nuevo, esto no es para preocuparnos para nada. Esto es buenísimo para todo el mundo. Se llega a dar la segunda opción donde abundancia llegue para todos. Imagínate vivir en un mundo de abundancia, güey. Qué chingón. Vas a tener todo lo que necesites, etcétera. Oh, pero es que, güey, yo me quiero separar de todos los demás. Te va a dar exactamente todo esto, te va a dar lo que lo que mereces. Lo que mereces. Tal cual. Y va a ser un sistema no monitoreado por tu deuda, no monitoreado. Va a ser un sistema monitoreado diferente. Ahora, si yo entendiera cómo funciona esto de inteligencia artificial, yo sería el que estaría empujando este sistema, lo estaría creando y probablemente me haría architrillonario, tal vez no, No tengo idea cómo funcione eso, porque es algo que no podemos concebir en nuestra mente. Por eso inteligencia artificial ha avanzado tanto y viene con tanta fuerza. No es algo que ocurre de la noche a la mañana, etcétera. Esto es algo que ha llegado a este punto para poder lograr esto. Y tienes al otro lado los viejitos tradicionales que también tienes que admirar, cabrón, por toda la manera en la que pueden quitarle a todo el mundo todo, ponerlos vuelta, llenarlos de odio en contra de todos ustedes para que se peleen entre todos y que no se den cuenta de la gran robadera que les están metiendo y la gran ansiedad que les están generando y el gran miedo que les están generando y los problemas en sus relaciones personales, etcétera. Tenemos que admirar eso. Si no tienes respeto por eso, entonces no tienes respeto por nada grande. Y estos tíos se están peleando en este momento qué es lo que va a perseverar. El sistema financiero como lo conocemos, con deuda perpetua y que va a continuar tal cual, con más miseria y más miseria y más miseria y más pobreza, y además de más enojados y más peleados y más emputados y todo eso, o un nuevo sistema donde la inteligencia artificial, no, una vez más, no es la inteligencia artificial, no le vas a pedir a Grok, oye Grok, créame un Ferrari, te lo va a crear. No, la inteligencia artificial es la gente que la creó y que está usando los programas ya a niveles pendejos, esas personas le preguntaron y la inteligencia artificial ya resolvió el problema de cómo podemos vivir en abundancia sin dinero. Y lo que quieren ellos es implementar esto. ¿Ok? Entonces, tenemos dos bandos, el tradicional y el nuevo. Y aquí el escenario para todos ustedes. Si se da el nuevo escenario, poca madre, cabrones. No tenemos para nada de qué preocuparnos. Vamos a vivir de no mames absolutamente todos. Y yo creo que te deberías de enfocar en tener una gran paz diaria contigo mismo, porque cuando vives en un mundo de abundancia, eso es lo único que importa. Y del otro lado, si llegan a ganar los culeros, los hijos de puta, los de siempre, lo único que tienes que saber es que van a haber oportunidades entonces de compra en el mercado porque van a crear más pobreza, van a destruir mucho dinero y es lo que hemos venido hablando, ¿no? De cómo el mercado va a caer a cierto punto. Yo estoy diciendo y he dicho por no sé cuánto tiempo ya que el último cuarto de este año, primero del siguiente, es cuando nos toca la campanada. Igual estoy mal, ¿no? Y puede ser después, puede pasar un año, año y medio, lo que sea. Nada es concreto en este planeta y pone una fecha para que se rían de ti, ¿no? Pero estaría garantizado que va a haber una oportunidad grande para todos los que quieran entrar, ya sea en la bolsa, en el mercado inmobiliario, etcétera. Entonces, de los dos lados viene algo buenísimo para todos. Lo único malo es para la gente, si nos quedamos en el sistema tradicional que tiene muchísima deuda, que debe mucho dinero, van a ser decimados, o sea, acabados, llevados a la pobreza y todo eso. Y lo único que tienes que hacer es no preocuparte, empezar a salir de eso. Tú puedes, estoy seguro de ello. Es todo lo que les quiero decir hoy. Podemos platicar más a profundidad todo esto después si quieren, o podemos platicar de otras cosas, pero con eso los voy a dejar. Me voy a poner mis audífonos porque tengo que escuchar a estos cracks. Ya tengo a Alex y a Farhan por acá. Denme un segundo. Tengo que poder escuchar todas las tonterías que digo en mi micrófono. Y también para todos los que estén interesados en aprender a invertir, a todos ustedes que estén interesados en aprender a invertir con, ¿cómo se llama? Ya sea a largo plazo o no, pueden también ser ayudados un poco de aprender de cómo se hace trading, ¿no? Que son las reglas fundamentales del juego, de cuándo poder encontrar descuentos y saber si algo está a descuento o si no está a descuento. De eso básicamente se trata todo esto. Y voy a invitarlos primero que nada a nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Es súper fácil de usar, es absolutamente gratis. Tiene el enlace aquí abajo para que no estén de, güey, ¿dónde lo pico? Ahí está abajo la invitación. Todo esto es nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy. Tenemos los análisis de Alex. Tenemos todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, los análisis de Farhan. Tenemos nuestro famoso criptolingo, que es para todos los que necesitan ver abreviaciones, lo que tengan que aprender. Vengan al chat general, por supuesto, a poder platicar con toda la gente, ver cómo es lo que están viendo todo. Estamos viendo si vamos para arriba, para abajo, viendo qué es lo que piensan. Siempre es bueno también poder salirte y no pensar que tienes la razón completa y que tú lo que estás pensando va a salir al 100%. Vengan a compartir sus tarjetillas de P&L, como de que no. Ayer vi una de un cabrón que hizo 8000%. ¿Quién hizo 8000% en ese trade? Vamos a ver. Y no fue Tomatito esa vez. Alguien se aventó ese 8. ¡Aquí está! No mames. 8718% en un long de 500X. De 500X, tío, en Solana. Nunca, imagínate hacer 8000% de tu lana en días. No. Por favor, invítame, cabrón. No seas así. Hasta Tomatito dice que se mamó. Tenemos todo por acá. Tomatito es el que maneja el portafolio de Nancy Pelosi, por si nadie lo sabe. Y también lo que nos dimos cuenta es, y teníamos nuestro torneo de trading de BTCC, que es uno de los exchanges que usamos, y no pagaron premios porque dijeron no llegamos a los thresholds, que la suficiente gente no se registró, etcétera. Los vamos a mandar a la verga y se los digo abiertamente, esas mamadas no funcionan conmigo. Y ahorita están de promovamos otro y vamos a bajar los requerimientos. No vamos a promover ni vergas. Ahora no estoy diciendo que no vayan a traer en BTCC, tienes apalancamiento a 500X, tienes todas estas cosas, pero esas pendejadas ya no van a servir. No crean que pasan desapercibidas, porque yo sé que Tomatito se merece una lana y que no se la llevó de estos hijos de puta, entonces se pueden comer una verga entera y media. Es lo que van a hacer. Y vamos a buscar a otro socio de esto que no haga esas pendejadas. ¿Ok? Para que lo tengan bien en mente. Si quieren tradear en estos exchanges de futuros, aquí lo tienen. Les voy a enseñar exactamente cómo hacerlo. Vengan a nuestro sitio de Elite Trading Academy. Está aquí abajo. También es gratis. Te metes en tutos, que es tutoriales. Así es como le dice Bruno, son tutos. Y te metes en cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y acá básicamente en un video de 5 minutos te va a enseñar cómo usar el exchange de futuros. Súper fácil, cómo fondearlo, cómo mandar cuenta de adentro, mandarlo de funding a tu cuenta de futuros, cómo abrir un largo, cómo abrir un corto, cómo básicamente usar el exchange, y cualquier exchange funciona. Ahora, aquí abajo tienes el enlace para ir directamente, y también aquí abajo en la descripción del video tienes el enlace para Bluffing o para BTCC para que te registres con los bonuses que te están ofreciendo en este momento los dos exchanges. Así que muy recomendado. Y esto para cualquier exchange que quieras usar de futuros te va a ayudar. Así que este video les funciona si quieren usar otra cosa. Acá simplemente vete el video y pues date una vuelta a tu exchange favorito. Pero, sin más ni más, aquí les tengo estos degenerados. Vamos a ver cómo vamos. Good morning, gentlemen. Let's fucking do this shit.
Buenos días, chamacos.
Yo,
From El Cochi Loco.
You and your fucking Cochi Loco, dude. I need to watch the trailer. I didn't watch it yesterday or the day before when you sent it. I was like, as soon as I get to the hookah bar, I'll watch it. Then I completely forgot. So good for me.
Hey, maybe now I'm Choco Puerto.
You're saying Cochi?
Choco Puerco.
What does that mean? I'm too gringo.
Like crazy pig, all combined in one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's very classy. It's very classy, in case you didn't know that. What are we looking at right now, Mr. Alex? Tell me, how's it going with the Bitcoins? Are we going to be rich with the Bitcoin? Are we not? What's going on with the Bitcoin? Why is the Bitcoin not going up? This is worrying me.
I don't feel very rich. I feel very poor. I feel very poor. I don't have a dollar. I need a loan. I need a small loan.
Well, Trump.
What do we got?
Let's see.
Tomatillo, please, Tomatillo. Give me a small loan.
Yeah, that guy's an animal. He should have traded for me, honestly.
A beast.
Yeah, and this one boy, I mean, did 8,000% on Solana. Absolutely absurd.
I showed it. That's fucking insane. I showed it.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Congrats on that. That's amazing. So Bitcoin's actually looking amazing to me. We had the bias right in here, right? Going into essentially, what day was this? Monday? On Monday's dump, we are potentially about to dump really hard. Now, understanding that in Tuesday was the decision maker, you're either going to see a rally up, no surprise there. Often when you lose a daily EMA 100, you usually do rally back up to it. It's just more a matter of, is it an underside test? Meaning, does it flip that into resistance? Because if I throw the LGBTQKZ chart off, you can really easily see that this was massive support. This literally was the spot that bottomed before making a new high. So logically, you would be gauging a move up to that point, seeing if it's going to be flipped into resistance or not. Now, Tuesday's close changed everything for me. If you guys have been here for a while, you know that my aggressive short rule only activates once you get consistent daily closures back under the daily EMA 100. Essentially, this green line here. Now, Tuesday, we got a beautiful reclaim. 112,000 still held as resistance. Perfectly fine. Because now I have an easy area where I can potentially position. The daily EMA 100 gives me, or at least guides me, into having a bias that we are going to move upward to the right. Now, I can't discredit resistance. I mean, just visually support, 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 support. You can even see this was the last spot before you did do a nice busting action move to the upside. But the fact that we did reclaim this, we got back above meme line support, and we even, solidified that 109,300 retest, something that, we essentially wanted all the way since July, when we were getting this major move up that, well, if you got a major pullback down to here, this is the zone that you absolutely unequivocally need to hold being a bull, or you're going to see a major move down closer to right around that 103,000 to 100,000 flat. So moving forward now, we did get the reclaim, and even, into today, we had a nice swipe down. This filled Academy longs fully. So now the Academy is fully long, and I'm actually looking for a nice move up going into today, possibly tomorrow. Now, it's all really going to depend on $112,000. This is the spot where you really can start getting, excited, bricked up, horny that this might be a bottom. You do not want to start aggressively longing and discredit this $112,000 resistance, because this is what could potentially reject you, giving you maybe a new range. Now, we talked about this on the Discord. Often Bitcoin likes to make new ranges, and if we start rejecting 112,000, this will ultimately mean you're going to get another move down to around that 110,600. You saw this play pretty nicely overnight. Move up, move down, and we understood that any move down to that $110,000 zone needs to be looked at as an opportunity. Why I was viewing that as an opportunity was simply just this green candle here. We had a nice breakout. We went to the top side of resistance. We came down. This is a throwback. And so now really there's nothing stopping bulls from going up. On the lower time frames, we're gauging the 4 hour, but honestly, I like the 2 hour. The 2 hour was kind of painting a nicer picture here, because what you have is the EMA 34 holding the 2 hour down, and even now you're potentially about to get a nice 2 hour close above that. We'll know in the next 2 minutes, but this really matches my bias nicely. You get a 2 hour close above $112,000. This will ultimately equal a target to around that $114,000 region. You do see that 2 hour EMA 100 is sitting right around that 113,300. At current price action, that is still about a 1.5% move. So this is a pretty big closure incoming on the 2 hour, because this could be giving you a setup, which is a shift of structure. What was resistance could be, could be flipped into support. You only know that if you continue to hold and make bullish structure. That'll be key. You need to be gauging this low here. If you're trading lower time frame, potentially as the next higher low, and you should be looking for a move up closer to that 2 hour EMA 100. Now let's look at the 12 hour, because the 12 hour is something I was watching. We did have a bias of going long. That's awesome, but we need this bias to actually be confirmed. And again, $112,000 reclaim. That's essentially what we need. If you stay under $112,000, yeah, this potentially could just look like another retest of the 12 hour EMA 9 before a rollover. Now, something to note here is that you did reject the 12 hour EMA 9, unable to close above $112,000. And even into last night, you lost the SMA 200. So this is a big area. This is a major zone here. Bears are trying to, ride with this loss of support, which is the SMA 200. I will just preface and say I don't like using the SMA 200 on something less than a daily, a time frame less than higher than a daily. We'll say that makes more sense. But some people like the 12 hours, perfectly fine. For me, I'm gauging the 12 hour 9, because I know very simply, once you get back above the 12 hour EMA 9, this does equal a long trigger. Now, there are scenarios where you quickly reclaim and then lose it. That always sucks. That's chop. That's just how Bitcoin is sometimes. But right here, this gives me a really nice perspective of kind of giving me more confluence of the longs in this region. If you ended up longing in this region, congrats. Now it's all eyes on 112,000, because this is what's going to confirm a bottom. You can just very, evidently see here, once you held $112,000, there really wasn't a lot stopping Bitcoin from going up. You simply played within this range, $112,000 being support, The mid-range right at 114,200, and then resistance right around $116,000. Boom, boom, boom. You saw this range actually play pretty nicely to the upside. 112,000 held, moved up, went to 116, came down, held up 114, went up, and so forth. Just a simple uptrend. So going into today, it's going to be really crucial. I'm long, the boys are long, but we need to not discredit this zone here. And the trade's going to start on the 2 hours. So let's see here. We got that 2 hour close. Don't think we did, but let's see. Nope, we did not. So, just a point here, if you're trading lower time frames, probably expect a pullback. Watch to see if this 2 hour 9 holds. Then you might get another shot at resistance. All while, if you're shorting, bears are running with this. Simply, that's it. And they want to see continuation on the 12 hour. Now, for me, I'm not really trading lower time frames. I'm going to mention it, of course, but really the easy trade lies on the daily. The daily kind of will just guide you, I believe, because this is a very telling sign for me. This looks like a bullish reclaim, and this is the throwback. So I'm just going to run with that today. I will be cognizant of the lower time frames. In the back of my head, I will still understand the 12 hour needs to get back above essentially that EMA 9. But watch $112,000. This is the spot now. You need to get that reclaimed in order to actually make your move up to around the zone. No $112,000 reclaim, no big move up. So it's going to be pretty crucial to see that moving forward. All lower time frames are lining up with that. Even the hourly here seems like that's the next target. Maybe we'll get another shot at hitting resistance. But understand that if you stay under $112,000, you're just going to form a range. You're going to come back down. And each time you come down, this is going to run the risk of a breakdown. Breakdown meaning you're going to go all the way back down to around $109,000. You absolutely just don't want to see this low taken out. So the low that was formed, on Tuesday. So you just want Tuesday's low taken out. Won't really be a good sign if you do. Now, Bitcoin's dirty, very well could do a swipe down, liquidity grab, boop, and then come up. And that's why for me, we have a hard stop loss, but we're also really using that EMA 100. Any daily closures under this EMA 100, cutting all longs on Ethereum and Bitcoin. And I'm going to wait and sit on my hands because this could mean two things. You're either going to trap longs here and bigly nuke down to the SMA 200, something that hasn't been retested since you got back above here, right? It's like the same thing we were looking at the EMA 100. That did bottom you. So if you don't hold that, you're going to get a move all the way down to around that region right at $101,000. Or you're potentially just going to have chop, which again is never fun. You reclaim it, you lose it, you reclaim it, you lose it, you reclaim it, you lose it. This is where trend will really become your friend, because if you're in a consistent 12-hour downtrend and a potentially daily downtrend, it's going to be really crucial then to see that, because when you get this kind of chop, this is when the price divergence lower highs become your friend. So that's kind of the scenario we're in. Both have a legitimate setup here, and I want to see if they're going to run with it. If they don't, and we either chop or break down, this will be a very telling sign that Bitcoin potentially is very weak, and it's actually very predatory to longs. Until then, I'm still looking at this as bullish, and we're just potentially in a range. I'm gauging that 2 hour, and we want to see if this 2 hour EMA 34 can actually get reclaimed. Until then, this is still at resistance. If you did take the Academy long, congrats, you're in profit, but just understand you're now at the top side of resistance. So, you very easily can make a move down again. I personally, gun to head, wouldn't want to see that. I want to see this 2 hour EMA 9 hold. Then for us just to simply consolidate above $112,000 would be perfectly fine. And again, we're not asking for a lot. Bitcoin could just move up to like the daily 9. Would be nice to see. Because I do think it's worth paying attention here. I know we've been talking about this for a while, but it's still a very legitimate thing, which is all these higher time frame BBWP setups. Last week you lost the EMA 9. This week you're getting follow through. all while the weekly BBWP is giving you a massive setup. Now, the last time we had a BBWP setup on the weekly was right in this region here in March. This is when you actually started to see follow through and this started to move up. Easier, better example is right here, October. So, you know, these are pretty massive setups. You're not only having it on the weekly, but you have it on the 2 week. And the 2 week's actually telling an interesting thing because the 2 week is potentially going to confirm expansion here, which is interesting because if this does confirm expansion within the next 4 days, well, you know, bears are going to have the potential opportunity of this firing to the downside. And that's why it's going to be absolutely crucial to see this bottom hold, this 2 week EMA 9 hold, and for us to get a push up. We just need a hold above $112,000. Nothing will change then, right? It's like the
I think
lows.
that one I think that volatility confirmed in the last close.
How did it?
If you do the bar replay, you can confirm.
Let's see. So no, I don't think it did, right?
I think you did one too far back.
Oh. We're professionals here. Let me do that.
Click the X on the bottom corner. Yeah, exit that and then do it 1.
So not this one. I did this.
Look at this one. Yeah, click there.
Oh.
So it was at 17.
Oh. So it did. It did confirm.
It's very big, very bad for Bulas.
And that's foreign saying that you're the hopium doctor. Come on. No, I'm just kidding. That's a really good point then, because then that does need to make you a lot more defensive at this current spot that we're at. You're either then at this spot going to see a breakdown or a reclaim. Now, I'm still going to run with my daily analysis, but that 2 week, going back to it, is a big sign. This is a major, major, major setup. Now, I can't get too bearish here unless we lose this 2 week 9, but you can get bearish on the weekly. And so the weekly here is telling you, yeah, I mean, you're at the 21. You didn't even hit it yet. Slight front run. The weekly 9 held very nicely. So you should be gauging some kind of reaction here. It's just more, is this reaction going to take you all the way back to around that 114,000 and then reject? Or are you just simply going to reject the 112,000 and lose that on the 2 week and 4 day, or 2 week and weekly in 4 days? Good point though. 2 week firing off like that. Let's see how the HBDR looks. Okay, so median loss objective is around that 105,000. So this has implications that, well, maybe this 9 doesn't hold. But again, if you are a bull, you need to see this kind of expand this week. I mean, next 4 days, it makes sense. All bulls are looking at is, well, yeah, this is just at the 2 week 9, the same spot that bottomed us before. So that's why I'm still going to run with the long idea based on the daily, but understand that if that does, you know, get invalidated, you are dealing with potentially a major move down on Bitcoin. Now, that's why I have to look at this spot as kind of the last stand. This is like the last zone. This was the previous spot where we broke out. It's had a lot of resistance. We have a lot of people bearish, and a lot of people even talking about this cycle is over now. We just freshly reclaimed the daily EMA at 100. Yes, the weekly 9's lost, but, you know, still 4 days. We've seen this before. It gets lost, and then, you know, somehow bulls push up before the close. And then even the monthly 9's nowhere near getting lost. So is the cycle really over? No, definitely not. Could a deeper pullback come? Absolutely. Deeper pullback could mean, you know, maybe testing that monthly 9. But the cycle's not over yet. Can look over potentially. We won't know though until we know. Anyone saying so just is hoping. So, yeah. What does the 15-day look like? 15-day, nice move to the 9. Again, just same spot like the 2 week that bottomed us. Let me view this 15-day. Good, nothing on this. You do see that bottom side 38.2% is right at that $101,000. That does remind me nicely of that SMA 200. But again, you can't really talk about this until you lose this. So today will be very telling on Bitcoin. I'll just summarize it by saying Bitcoin should expand from here. You need to see the daily EMA 100 hold as support no matter what. You could be looking at maybe the 2-hour, 4-hour, 12-hour churning bearish, but as long as the daily holds support, this will get expansion from this point. I do believe that really to confirm this at this point, you need to watch $112,000. That's the spot we need to absolutely get above. And really, when we do, even on like a 2-hour, that's when the fun really can begin. For me, I'm solely just looking for a move to around that $114,000 area. You saw this act as support, you've lost it. So, a move up to that zone would not surprise me. And this doesn't mean we're so back and we're about to move up to a new high. This very well could mean this just forms a lower high. It's really not until you now take out this high. That is now at 117,440, where then daily trend can be shifted back in bull's favor. So really, once you start getting back above $118,000 is when the party can begin again. Until then, you're just going to deal with the repair of, or bulls trying to repair what has been damaged. So just understand that our academy longs are from here, and we're just solely targeting around here. I think that's a perfect trade. We can obviously have TP2, TP3, but at $114,000 is a major spot that I am looking to de-risk. You have the daily 9 right there. You will eventually have that daily 21 right there. And then even going to like the 5-day, you will have that 5-day EMA 9 moving there. This does close in the next day, and this is at risk of a breakdown. So you do absolutely need to see bulls pick up sooner rather than later. And the 2-week tells me that you need to see this get bought up within 4 days. So now we have kind of an area, a time zone, and we have 2 areas that we need to reclaim. $112,000 for the $114,000 move, or you're going to lose $109,300, and well, you're going to see a major breakdown. So yeah, that's what I have on Bitcoin. Let's go now to, let's look at Bitcoin dominance. We'll go there. We'll keep the routine. I was like, maybe I'll go to Tether dominance first, but no, we'll go to Bitcoin dominance. So we are still at the last stand. I mean, Bitcoin dominance is as support. Knock on wood. Bears are looking at the monthly EMA 9 to get lost. Not confirmed yet, but it really is looking like it's potentially going to confirm. Now, if the monthly 9 gets lost, well, what am I looking at? Well, I'm looking at a move back up. I want to see this monthly 9 be flipped into resistance. Something so well respected this entire bull market, which is the monthly 9, this blue line, should in theory get flipped into resistance. Let's see here. Do we even have an occurrence on this? Nope, this was just resistance. Terrible. Okay, here's one, right? Reclaim held as support. Not the best example because they did get lost here, but then you had a nice busting action move. You lost the 9, you reclaimed it, you lost it, and then you try to get a test. Yeah, not the best example. But what I can say is every time you are bearish on Bitcoin dominance, the monthly 9 is the spot you looked for the rejection. Worked out well here and here. So that's all we have. So, I mean, yeah, I do think it's wise to be looking at that. Now, this could change if the 21 gets lost. Let's say this monthly loses 57.4%. Great. I'm looking at the monthly EMA 34 to give you a bounce up to the 21. This could provide you this tiny bounce, and we don't actually test the 9 anymore. But until then, we are at support. 4 days is a while in crypto land, and you very well could get a bounce that just holds the 21. If that occurs, good confluence of a move back to around the monthly 9. Nice. And so the bi-monthly here, let me throw this chart off so we can see clearly. So the bi-monthly here is throwing it right back to the 34. It's an important spot. We saw this hold nicely before a move up. But again, not really looking good with this, EMA 9 getting lost here. So 4 days to go. We need to see bulls really get back above 59.7%. Make a lot of sense. That's the spot you as a bull need to get back above 59.7%. Because if you don't, well, the bi-monthly then could easily give you a bounce, which then lines up with maybe the monthly testing the 9. But then you're either going to reject solely here or at the monthly 9 a little higher, and then you get a lower high. I will say, though, this is still in a monthly 2-month uptrend, as long as you don't take this low out that was formed in January. Monthly is in a downtrend. I'm looking at this as the higher low, higher high, broke that. That move to the monthly 9 will just be a lower high potentially. So Bitcoin dominance, really easy. We've been watching the monthly. Let's just wait and watch. I'll go to the daily really fast. Daily is potentially trying to form a bottom. Bulls are going to try to use this low as a bottom and simply just make a move up to the daily 9. Need to see that get reclaimed very simply. To help you, let's go to the 2-day. I'd say to help you really solidify this is like potentially bottomed, you'd have to see this SMA 200 get reclaimed. That would mean this 2 days back in an uptrend. You've just reclaimed back above 59.7%, and you potentially can move all the way up to around 61 to 62%. Till then, yeah, this is in a range, but this very well just isn't looking the best. Could just do this. I mean, you saw that too kind of play out. This was just to the upside, so you could see the breakdown, which I guess is good for, alt season, Ethereum bulls. Because, well, this isn't looking bearish at all. ETH versus Bitcoin, like at all. Okay, so this bi-monthly kind of lines up nicely with exactly what we were talking about on Bitcoin dominance, which is, yeah, maybe a move up a little higher, 4.6. Then you probably do get a pullback here. This pullback probably is what gives Bitcoin dominance, that monthly EMA 9 retest, in my opinion. How far away is it from here? 5%, so maybe even a little higher. And why I say that is just because, well, you're about to reclaim that bi-monthly EMA 9 and the meme line. I'd want to see this get a throwback. I mean, we literally saw this happen before a major alt season. Reclaimed the bi-monthly 9 and the meme line, got a throwback that led to a spring. So, and I'll say you didn't get that here. You did try to retest the meme line that was reclaimed on the by a monthly, but no, front ran. So as long as you're staying under that 4.672, I will be looking at this as resistance and you having a higher likelihood of retesting the meme line again. Would make sense. And that's just the bi-monthly tells you that. So yeah, that'd be nice. So that's Bitcoin dominance. Let's look at Tether dominance now, because, well, if I want to bounce, this needs to, potentially go down. Inverse correlation here. So let's see. Oh, not good. So you potentially have your really not good, not really drawn good head and shoulders formed here. We were talking about that scenario, right shoulder, left shoulder, head. Again, not the best, but you're still under 4.4%. So regardless, this really hasn't changed anything at all. I understand Bitcoin's had a pretty violent dump, but it really hasn't changed anything in the grand scheme of things. You got your bounce. That bounce was, I believe, over 10%. Oh, yeah, 14%. Okay, GG bulls. But again, they're not really solidifying anything different under 4.4%. You've seen moves like this, moves up, it goes down, up, down. This is a big zone. That 4% to 4.4% is a nasty range. We've seen this before, and it is nasty. This gets aggressive shorts horny and aggressive longs horny. And you don't really get any follow through until one of these ranges breaks. And even here, a terrible range. But this does give me hopium because, well, you're now at the side, you're at 4.4%. This is where things like to reject. And you're also at the weekly 9, and you're still putting in a lower high. So really, it seems to me like potentially Bitcoin might be bottoming here. we just won't know until that $112,000 is reclaimed. But this does give me more confluence and confidence of, well, our longs. So yeah, that's good. I like that. This is great to see. Go to the 12-hour. Ooh, not good. So the 12-hour EMA 100 is rejecting. This to me seems like we're going to get an easy move down to the EMA 34. This should be what gives you that move to 114,000 on Bitcoin. The move to the 12-hour EMA 100, in my opinion. Nice. And so the 21 also on the 5-day actually got tested here. You see the front run of that on before we dumped bigly. So I have to look at this as, well, yeah, we just hit major resistance. So in theory, this 5 days should start turning, should start selling off if right. You just don't want to see the 5-day 9 get reclaimed. So we're right there. Bulls are going to try to defend it while bears are going to try to dump. Excuse me. Right, so 3-day here. Now, 3 days interesting because, well, what I'm seeing on Tether dominance is you've rallied right up to where you always reject, or you've been rejecting. Even on the 3-day, the 34 was the spot where you bigly dumped. So this actually looks pretty good. We want to really be watching 4.4%. Let me see where yesterday closed. Oh, and you even lost it. Went right up to the daily EMA 100. Again, another big zone you've been rejecting. And you didn't reclaim it. Now, had bulls reclaim that, then I would today be saying, yeah, you're probably going to move up to 4.8%. It's probably going to be a big dump. But no, that didn't happen. And so with this perspective, you really can't be too bearish on Bitcoin quite yet. I understand where we're at in the potential move that's brewing on Bitcoin, but this is why really, in my opinion, confirmation is going to be key. Because now Tether dominance is at the spot. You're getting a 2-day BBWP setup, and you're still under major resistance. I'll be bearish on Bitcoin once the daily EMA 100 lost and 4.4% reclaimed. Until then, I'm a bull, and I'm looking for continuation to the upside, and this just being a massive trap to bears. Because, well, this is still on a downtrend. And while people right now are talking about the cycle being over, all while Tether dominance looks like this. I'm like, wow, that just looks very interesting to me. I mean, had it done this and we're doing this, yeah, okay, yeah, maybe it is over. I don't know. But you can't really say that when it's under resistance, and Bitcoin just did a bullish reclaim. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. $112,000 is the spot. And that's really the only spot you need to be watching today. If you're looking for a TP1 Academy, $112,000 is what you need. The 2-hour will guide you. Watch that. You need this 2-hour to get it back above the EMA 34, and just use $112,000 as kind of your gauge. You need hourlies that lead into 2 hours, that lead into 4 hours, that ideally will lead into a nice 12-hour close. So, yeah, I understand this is a bearish setup in itself, but I'm not trading the 12-hour, 4-hour, even the 2-hour. I'll use that as like confluence, but really the daily is going to hold the trade today. And so far, this is looking pretty good. So,
Senor Farhan, please share your chart. And also, I got to say, with Bitcoin, with Tether dominance, could it be that Ethereum is doing so well that Tether dominance now gets Bitcoin's not the center focus of it? That's the only thing I want to put out there and ask.
I think it would depend on how big Ethereum's market cap is versus Bitcoin's. I don't know exactly what Bitcoin's market cap is, but if it's like 4 times or 3 times bigger, I don't think it would be that big of an impact.
Got it. Thank you.
Buttons. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you saw that when like 15, 20, 30,000 altcoins went to the market. It did, kind of dilute things a bit, but no, I still think the correlation's correct. I mean, I think Bitcoin, if it does go up, it's not going to outperform Ethereum. I'll say that, but I do think Tether dominance looking bearish is bullish for for crypto markets, as we know.
And I just saw today that after market closes, Nvidia is announcing earnings.
Oh,
Is Nvidia about to save the market? But to bottom us at that 100 EMA 100? Let's see. Imagine Nvidia announces abysmal earnings.
How is Nvidia? Oh, it's just in that range. Yeah, it is holding that daily 9 though, and you have a BBWP setup. So I would not, I would not front run the earnings, but I mean, Bitcoin's telling you risk is doing well today. Daily's almost, or daily did flip green. Wow, very beautiful. Look at
Daily
that.
Jewel on Nvidia is giving you a fresh buy signal. Is this and hidden bullish divergence? Is this telling us earnings is going to be good?
Well, I mean, we saw that.
Chart,
I think with Tesla
chart
before.
then news, right?
Hey, hopefully, I'd hope so.
All right, that's signs to buy all in on end of week calls on Nvidia right now. This is financial advice. Disclaimer: it's not.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to start on the daily on Bitcoin right now.
Instructions not clear, Farn. Marge called me.
You got to block Marge.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It's an amateur move. Amateur move.
You're right. Blocking Marge.
Yeah, block on all platforms. All right, so I'm going to start with the daily. A lot of my bias was previously when that daily closed under the EMA 100 because we haven't closed under it in a very long time. The last time we freshly closed under it was about in February of 2025 when we started that dump ski to about $74,000, I believe. Yeah, right around $74,000. And we very quickly after losing the EMA 100 rapidly went towards the 200. The 200 is where we got a strong bounce. If you measure it from the 200 instead of the actual wick low, we bounced like 16% from that EMA 200. We did, SMA 200. We did end up going lower, but regardless, we got a very large bounce here. So my idea was closing below that EMA 100, we would get a move to the 200. But instead of getting a continuation, you got a quick reclaim. This is why you like to use more than one candle closure below key levels, so you don't get that quick reclaim. On this move down, we got a close below it. We got a rejection of the 5. Didn't go anywhere near the 100. So this when you saw this rejection of the 5, that would have given you a lot more probability that you're going to go straight to that 200. On this one, we closed below the 100, and then on yesterday's close, we quickly reclaimed it, and now we're holding that 100 as support. So as long as that EMA 100 is holding on a daily basis, I can't really be looking for any lower targets than that. My target originally after losing it was this 200, which is sitting right around $100,000, $101,000. But now since we've reclaimed the 100, I do have to be looking for higher. And my first target is going to be somewhere around this 38.2% and this 5 EMA, which is sitting at that $112,000 zone. It's about $112,400. This is going to be our first level of resistance. I don't think we're going to pass this round the first time or tap, even if we are going to be bullish. I think we're going to do something like, let me put on my Picasso. Where's the drawing tool? Something like this. Get a nice move down, maybe a bounce here, another retest of this EMA 100, and then some busting action. And that'll put in hidden bullish divergence, as well as getting a nice little retest of that EMA 100. The alternative move, which I do think is a little less likely, is that we just bust straight through here and go towards the median, sitting somewhere around 117, like 117.4, 117.5. And then from here, we likely we get that rejection, come back down to the 9 EMA, right around 113, 114, and then bounce from there into somewhere around 118s to 120s. But right now, what I'm leaning towards a little bit more is that we're going to reject this 112 on this first type round. Slightly less of a possibility is going towards the median in the 114s, and then the least likely possibility I think is going to be just busting up to all-time highs from there. Watch that's what happens tomorrow. That'd be hilarious. Tomorrow we go to new all-time highs. Daily is now switching over to a buy signal on the jewel. It's taking out this previous daily low. Let's see if it's making a higher low. No, it's not. So there's no hidden bullish divergence. Scratch that idea. Momentum is still pointing to the upside, however, with volatility pointing to the upside. But here's where the bullish divergence appears. You see a low right here in price. You see a lower low, low on momentum, higher low on momentum, giving you your bullish divergence. And to confirm this bullish divergence, you would need any close over about 112,337. If you can't get that close, that'll give you a magnet for price somewhere in that 114 to 118 zone. Very likely, however, you are going to get that rejection right at that 114 median zone. and then the divergence will continue to play out as long as that holds. Let's go higher. Let's go to the 4 hour. 4 hours now pointing sharply to the upside, entering into the bullish control zone. Volatility is expanding. Let's see. On the other hand, however, you see momentum is breaking above these momentum highs right here. Price is still making a lower high, giving you possible hidden bearish divergence here on the 4 hour. To confirm it, you will have to close below about 110,296, and that will give you a magnet for the price somewhere around $108,000 on confirmation. Right now, the jewel is giving you a pretty nice buy signal, or very close to it, at least having the pink just about to cross above the yellow in the bearish control zone. If you were to just mark this off and see what happened last time we got that, pink crossed above the yellow right there. And take this one, and then one more. There we go. Come on, just give us one more. There we go. This is a 4 hour setup, keep in mind. So these results are pretty damn good for 4 hours. 4.7%, 6 point, let's say about 7%. Next one. This one was about 1.4%, then you went down 1.6%, 3%, 7%. 7% number seems to be right along line. From here, about 4.6%. 4.5 seems to be middle number. And let's just assume it happens here. Take it 4% and then 7%. 4% brings us to around $117,000, just below that 138.2% level. And 7% brings us to just around 120,000 bucks. Very nice area. Because if you switch over to the daily, getting to 120,000 bucks takes out this previous lower high. I believe it also takes out this major lower high, taking out every one of our previous major daily lower highs. Gonna give us a natural magnet for current all-time highs if that happens. 2 days now bouncing right off that 55 EMA. Last time around, did we tap it? No, last time we front ran that 55 EMA. So this off of this one, we are getting a little move below the 55 down to the 88.3, and basically the 55 EMA is going to be the equivalent of the daily 100. As long as we are holding over that, should be looking for a test somewhere around, well, based off of the 2 day, would be this cross right here at right around $114,000. That'd be a move towards the daily median. 2 day is still pointed down in the bearish control zone. However, it's close to flipping back up with volatility getting a little high. Jewel is still giving you a sell signal, however, but just now entering into the bearish control zone. 5 day is currently flipped down, entering into the bearish control zone. It's putting in some hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. Price is still making a higher low. To confirm this divergence, you will have to close over about 117,411, and that will give you a natural magnet of this median sitting at current all-time highs. Volatility is expanding. 5 day, however, is giving you a very bearish signal right here, with the pink freshly crossing below the yellow. Dark blue is giving you a sell signal. It is putting in the possible hidden bullish divergence by taking out this low, but this signal is pretty bad. Let me mark up with a vertical line from when it confirmed and see how much we've moved down since. From open to wick low, we've gone down about 6.5%. Let's switch this over to the index. And be a little bit more accurate. Take this one as well. See what we got from this one. This one. And this will be the last one. Let me turn off this air purifier as the people hear it. There we go. It's off. All right. Now we will zoom into the price. This one was a move down of about 7% to 10%. Bounce. I'm not going to count the other move. This one was about 12%. This one was it a failure? Let's see. Take it from the open to the low, about 5.8%. Very similar to the move we have now. And this one, about 7%. Very interesting. And now we are back over that 38.2% as well, and we're bouncing at that 5-day 21 EMA. If you notice where our last major low was at about $98,000, it was at that 5-day 21 EMA. We're bouncing at that 5-day 21 EMA, and if you notice what else is similar as back then, that 21 EMA was lining up perfectly with the bottom 38.2%. Look right here, bottom 38.2% is lining up perfectly with the 21 EMA. Very interesting. We get a close in about
actually.
First time I'm actually noticing that. I was only looking at the 21 EMA before. I just noticed, the 21 lines up with that 38.2.
Yeah.
Where's the counter? I don't see it. I'm blind. Oh, there we go. 1 day, 10 hours. So in 1 day and 10 hours, as long as we are holding over this 38.2%, if the candle closes red, you likely will retap that 38.2%, but it should be a spring off of that 38.2% towards the median. Median right now is sitting at current all-time highs. Very nice to hear for those Academy longs. Let's go to weekly. Weekly is now also putting in that possible hidden bullish divergence, with momentum getting close to the bearish control zone. Volatility is expanding. Weekly has not given you that bearish dual cross, and you're holding the 38.2% just like on the 5-day, whereas our last major low was right at that 38.2%. Our last major low was also a front run of this weekly 21 EMA. Look what we're doing right now. Interesting. Front running the weekly 21 EMA. It's kind of looking like it's mirroring this previous move here. And as long as we are holding up to over the 38.2%, same idea as the weekly, you're likely going to retest it and use it as a move into the median, which right now is at 128. Slightly new all-time highs. 2 week is the one that I'm going to get to in the momentum chart, which is firing up a setup, but it's also giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence right now by taking out this previous momentum low, and you are currently still holding at that 2-week 9 EMA. So although we do have a 2-week setup to the downside, that one is the one that doesn't have a 100% hit rate. It has failed twice to the downside. Maybe this is going to be another one of the failures to the downside, because right now we are still steadily holding over this 2-week 9 EMA, which we bottomed at last time, and now we're very close to reclaiming the 5 as well. And if we do close over the 5, it's going to be very hard for me to see this as bearish, because you're very likely going to get a retest of that 5 and then a move into the median, which right now is at some nice new all-time highs. Look at the jewel. Jewel is currently giving you a neutral signal, but it has not switched over to a sell just yet. Monthly is starting. It's looking a little bad at the moment. You're putting in a nice shooting star dildo on the monthly. You are losing the 38.2%. You need to hold over that 38.2% on a monthly closing basis, and if you do, then all is fine and dandy. If you close over that, it's basically that 114 level, 113.8. This 5 EMA is going to slowly rise. You're likely going to get another retest of that 5 EMA and that 38.2%. And from there, you move into the median. You lose or you close below this 38.2%. Let's give you a comparable example. Here, nope, because you held it. Right here, this is the only previous example we freshly lost the 38.2%. We came down to the 21, and then we got a nice bounce. This was our March bounce. We went up to about $48,000, and then you got a massive dumpski. This was Luna. So basically, to put it short, it would be the end of the bull market if we close below that 38.2%. Don't want to do that. Or it wouldn't confirm it, because you still would be in an uptrend. It just, for me, I would say the bull market is probably over. The monthly is putting in possible multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence by taking out all of these previous lows, but you will have to close over about 123,181 to confirm that. We'll give you a target though of hitting the median, which is right now at about 159. And monthly is still giving you a buy signal on the jewel and giving you hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. Switch to the RSI. The relative stupidity index. Vegeta, what does the RSI say about its power level? It's over 9,000. On the quarterly, we've got multiple drives of bearish divergence. On Tether, it's going to be active as long as you're closing below about 6.24%. I'm getting a low power battery warning. I have 10% left. I think that should be good. The target off of that divergence would be the neutral zone right now in the RSI, which is sitting at about 3.94%. And you are getting volatility expansion for the first time ever in quarterly history with bearish divergence. Monthly also has active hidden bearish divergence as long as you're closing below about 5.26%, and you are now putting in another possible drive by putting in a higher high on momentum, lower highs on price, and that will confirm with any close below 4.11%. As of right now, the divergence you have is enough to target this 100, but the second one will just be the icing on the cake, and that gives you a target of somewhere around 3.5%. Our RSI target would be somewhere between the simple moving average and the bearish control zone, and that puts you between 4.12 and 3.31. So it's exactly right between that 3.5 area. And monthly, you're getting volatility expansion now, right above that moving average sitting at 20% with hidden bearish divergence. 2 weeks also got hidden bearish divergence as long as you're closing below 4.6%. Your next target is the bearish control zone with volatility now expanding from extreme lows, and that target sits at about 3.36%. Come on. Weekly, nothing. 5-day, nothing. 3-day, nothing. 2-day. 2-day's got 3 drives with bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing above 4.18%. Your next target would be, well, you've already hit the easy targets now. You hit the neutral zone and you've gotten out of the bearish control zone. But the next target would be the bullish control zone, which right now is at about 4.8%. Volatility is now at basically 0%. Daily, nothing. 4 hour. Oh, I like to see this. 4 hours now about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence and invalidate this hidden bullish divergence. And this will confirm with any close below about 4.37%. Going to give you a natural price of hitting the bearish control zone and then the critical zone. Bearish control zone is at 4.28%, but this is the number I want to see more. Is at 3.9%, breaking under the fours. And you are now about to get volatility expansion with that bearish divergence also. Whereas Bitcoin still got 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly as long as you're closing over 74,441. Monthly's got hidden bullish divergence by taking out this low as long as you're closing over about, what numbers would this be? About 98,331. Next target is that critical zone. Right now it's sitting at about 148. And monthly is very close to invalidating the current setup. In 4 days and 10 hours, if we do close below 15%, this will invalidate the current setup to the upside, and then we're going to be looking for another setup to fire off. 2 week is putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This is interesting. This will confirm with any close below about 112,700. Lines up perfectly with that monthly 38.2%. Basically saying that if you lose that 38.2%, you're going to put in multiple drives of bearish divergence on the 2 week. And that'll give you a natural magnet for price of that neutral zone, which right now sits at about $96,200. That's quite low. That'll be that move sub 100K. Basically tells you if bulls lose 112, we're going below 100K. 5 days it got bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing below 117,440. Next target is the neutral zone with volatility at extreme lows. Neutral zone is at about 104.7. Come on. 2 days got now a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing above about 108,757. Your next target is the simple moving average in the neutral zone, which right now is sitting at about 114-ish, 114.4. That'd be also move to that median. Looks like we're probably going to hit that median. Come on. 4 hours now about to put in another drive of bullish divergence. This is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence, or regular bullish divergence, and this will confirm with any close over about 111,438. That'll give you a nice target of this bullish control zone, which sits right now at 114,244. All but basically confirmed that we're going to go towards that 114 median. Longs like to hear that. Go to momentum. Computers at 7%. Quarterly is still pointed to the upside as long as you're closing over about 109,150, and that idea ended up playing out. That usually we get these taps of these momentum pivots, and as long as you are closing above them, it's still pointed to the upside. And right now, we perfectly tapped it at about 108-ish thousand dollars was our low. I don't remember exactly what it was. Let's go back. 108,757 is our current low. So we basically exactly tapped that quarterly median, got a pretty strong bounce from it so far. And we're still pointed to the upside in the quarterly, but momentum volatility still expanding. Monthly is still freshly pointed to the upside, putting in hidden bullish divergence by taking out this previous low. Volatility, however, has started pointing below 15%. So once you do close below that 15% area, you're going to have to see what the next volatility setup is going to be. And it's going to come down to what that pivot is at that point. Right now, pivot is pointed up as long as you're closing over $95,600. 2 week is currently pointed to the downside with volatility expanding. This did confirm on the last 2 week close. That did confirm it to our 2 week setup. 2 week also has bearish divergence and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below about 111.9, basically 112. Weekly is also currently pointed to the downside with bearish divergence. Is the volatility expanding? Let me zoom in. Weekly is not expanding, however, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're below 121,350, and now you're losing the critical zone. Let's go to the 5-day. 5-day is currently also pointed to the downside with volatility contraction, and it's going to be pointed down below 117,850. 2-day is now also giving you volatility expansion for many, many periods of 0%. Still below the 15% number, however, sitting at about 9.5%. Could be one of those moves where you get the first initial expansion with a dump and the rest of the expansion with a pump. And we're going to be pointed down as long as we're closing below 114,750. So even if we do go up to tap that 114's area, momentum on the 2-day would still be pointed down, assuming we close below it. Daily is now flipped up, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over 112, 160, which we're just dancing around that number right now. Is daily putting any divergence? Let's zoom in. No, that made a lower low, and I'm assuming there's a lower low on price. Yep. 4 hours now also pointed to the upside, very close to get volatility expansion from the same area we expanded from before. And is there any divergences here? Let's zoom in. There's some slight bullish divergence on the 4 hour because we did make lower lows on price, made a higher low on momentum, which has been confirmed now, and we are going to be pointed up as long as we're closing over 111,100. So on the higher time frames, Bitcoin is still looking quite bullish. We came perfectly down to tap that quarterly median. Quarterly momentum pivot, got a several $1,000 bounce off of that pivot so far. And we are going to be pointed up on the quarterly as long as we are closing over that number of 109,150 with volatility expansion. Monthly is still pointed very strongly to the upside, but it does look like we're about to invalidate our monthly setup, which wouldn't necessarily give you a setup to the downside. It's just telling you that you're going to be looking for another volatility setup where volatility expands. And then you have to look at what the momentum is at that point, and the direction of momentum would give you the direction of the setup that it will play out in. But below there, 2-week is currently pointed down, weekly is pointed down. 2-week is giving you a setup to the downside, which does have about an 80% hit rate of playing out in direction of momentum, which is pointed down at the moment. It will be down as long as you're closing below about 114, 114.7. Weekly is currently pointed down with bearish divergence. 5 days pointed down. It's all basically pointed down until the daily. Daily is the one that's starting to flip up, and 4 hours giving you multiple drives of bullish divergence. That would give you a target of that median, which is sitting right around 114-ish, 114.5. And even if as long as you're closing below there, it still would be bearish, and you still would confirm that bearish divergence that you have appearing on the 2-week. Start to close over that area. You close the monthly over 112, or the 2-week over about 112.5. Then you would avoid putting in that bearish divergence on the 2-week. The monthly would still be strong, and if you can close a daily over about 114.7, then you're very likely going to go to, at the very least, current all-time highs, if not significantly newer all-time highs. Right now, my bias is maybe it's a move into somewhere around 114. Slight rejection from that zone, maybe a little bit of a move down to tap 112, and from there, I do think that we will bounce and go to current or current/new all-time highs. And validation is getting either a weekly a tap below about 98,330 or a weekly close below about $105,000. Either one of those two things, and then I'd throw out the medium to long-term bullishness, but don't think that's gonna happen. I think we're right now gonna move towards 114, maybe move down to 112, and then all-time highs. And it lines up perfectly with the bull moon that's about to appear on September 7th.
Nice. Now, can I throw a little wrench into your analysis, just like a little conspiracy Friday one, like the one I did before? And also, we got Coinbase next, and then Celsius. So one,
I'll do
this meme line that made me say that everything was going to continue to go down, still holding the price down, right? I just don't think it's that easy. I think today we get good results from Nvidia. We go to the EMA 100 because we lost it, retested up to the 200. What says that we can't go to the EMA 100 on the 4-hour, right? Because in a way, it feels like this is a trade right in the middle of nowhere. Because once you get past this, everyone's going to be looking at this at 116, at the SMA 200 and the 116, 117 area. This could be the perfect fuck you rejection zone. And actually, just based on price action with Ethereum versus Bitcoin and where Bitcoin is right now, you know how when alts are dying against Bitcoin and it just continues and continues, and the same thing with Ethereum versus Bitcoin, and continues to go in that trend. I think the trend has reversed officially. So now I feel like Bitcoin is just going to make everyone bullish as much as possible and keep doing what alts did, what Ethereum, like basically what Bitcoin did to Ethereum. It's going to continue now in that direction. So I'm going to play this one myself. See,
I could see that.
The confirmation for me for that, what would confirm that idea for me is on CME if it closes below the 55 EMA. If it does that, then because we still haven't tapped the 100 on CME, and that's at that same 107 level. So if we reject the 55 on the daily close today, I think that's going to play out.
Where's my CME Bitcoin? What the fuck?
Where's the 55? Fine.
On CME, it's sitting right at about 112.8 to like 112.9.
Yeah, 112,000. That's the spot. I think your meme line's right there, Alejandro. I think.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's yeah, it is. Look,
and I'm looking at the same exact thing
right here,
right up to that 114. You very well could reject there for sure. That's kind of the
my
idea.
charter because I'm at 3%.
See,
no worries at all. But yeah, no, that's kind of like unless you get back above 114,200 on, let's say, a daily, yeah, you very well could just rally up, bearish retest, and dump, and then yeah, everyone will be calling for that 117.5, 118 to get hit. But like that's very crucial because if you don't break that, the daily's still in a downtrend. You can go all the way up to 114,200 and lower high. So yeah, that would be a nice trade. I think that would be nice because then all the complacent traders get the nice bounce off the EMA 100. We made a new all-time high from there, so why won't we do it now? and then we roll over and then actually lose it.
I feel like this is the one scenario no one's talking about. That's why I'm also looking for those things. Like these areas where we are right now, everyone, like anyone that's bearish, it's very simple to get bearish right here at 112. 112, 100, 112, 200, depending on what exchange you're in or on. But beyond that, no one mentions 114. Everyone's going 116 to 117 instantly. So that to me is like the fuckery area, because right here at 114,500, which is where the EMA 100 is on the 4-hour, won't make a higher high than this. Now, it likes to fuck around. So and this is actually a nice meme line, if you will. 115 exactly could be the highest point of this. Like if you open your trade at 114,500 and it goes to here, I wouldn't be worried. Once it passes 115,600, that's when I'd say, all right, forget it. You're going to go to the 116 that everyone said. But I think that could be the play.
Yeah. Then that makes sense. Get back above the 34, go to the 100. Very simply. You never retested it once you lost it. And that 4-hour EMA 100, that was the spot, often is the spot of the beginnings of a major breakdown. So you do need to respect that. And it could move right into that 114,200 meme line. Let's see if we continue to chop for the next day. So,
that's where the daily 21 is too, by the way.
114.2.
114,800 and 114.2 is 55.
Yeah, and that could just move down too. So no, I see the argument for sure. I mean, we're not bullish for sure, like at all, but I do think we can get a bounce from here.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, you just can't be uber bullish under a weekly 9. And that actually lines up exactly with what you're saying. That's sitting right around 113.6. So no one's talking about that. Everyone disregards the weekly 9 every time. Every time you lose it and every time you retest it, in my experience.
Which is crazy. And then you have on the 12-hour, the 34 and the 100 right at 114,400.
Yeah, it is crazy. And it's always funny.
Down.
That's why I like just playing the system, ignoring the noise, because
I mean, if you go on Twitter, it's just to listen to what not to do.
Literally, like yesterday, everyone's bearish. Okay, probably a good chance we're gonna bounce somewhat. Yeah.
And then we can put a nice hedge for the Academy long at that 114 area.
There you go.
Yeah,
I like that. Teamwork, motherfuckers.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Don't say it so excited, please, for the love of God.
Yeah, literally.
Let me say a little bit more monotone.
I would say for anyone waiting for alt season, this is ETH season. I keep saying it over and over again. And I see it more and more with NFTs, DeFi, like all that stuff. It's not going where everyone thinks it's going.
Are NFTs moving? It's just not. I haven't looked at them. Are they moving? Because I know you're in the...
They move but like a little bit, and people are acting like it. Like back then, dude, when it really was going on, you would have a project that went from $1,000 to $20,000 in like a week. Right now, you're going to like from $400 to $800, and people are losing their shit. You know what I mean?
I don't even remember what the NFT website is.
What do you mean NFT website? Magic Eden. That's the one I use. There used to be OpenSea.
What's the one for Ethereum? Is OpenSea?
Now Magic Eden has everything, and OpenSea has everything. Like they all have everything.
OpenSea though was the first, I think.
Yeah, and some company put like 400 million and valued it at billions of dollars, and now they have like the volume of a fucking candy store. Yeah, dude, it's so bad.
Literally.
It's so bad.
Are the mutant apes? Do you know if those are doing good off of?
I don't follow those. I just follow the projects that I follow, which are smaller than that, because I think it's really stupid to put money into something like that just based on hype. I don't like hype projects.
Yeah, you know what was the most craziest shit? Was during that time you'd get an airdrop of like $60,000 of just fucking like coins.
Oh yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
That was an absurd thing about them.
It doesn't work anymore. Like people try to do the quarterly is terrible.
And then
yeah,
it is.
Go ahead, Farin.
Whenever people sold those airdrop signals, you're basically Hitler on Twitter. I can't believe
Oh,
you
yeah.
sold that free $60,000 they just dropped into your wallet.
Oh yeah, but that was like when they started getting everyone on the greed train, and now everyone's on that. Everyone, it's incredible what he did to the psychic of everyone, right? To make money so fast. Now everyone's just looking for that, nothing more.
It is an interesting thought. Like bi-monthly, quarterly puts in top candles. You play within that range, never make a new high. Maybe ETH does its thing for a little, exactly like what you were saying, kind of baits everyone. Why isn't Bitcoin making a new high? And with those candlesticks performing on the higher time frame, definitely you could definitely make the argument for sure.
Yeah, and this is the perfect trap on ETH. And the reason why it's the perfect trap, it's because as Bitcoin is here, everyone's going to think that Bitcoin is lagging ETH. And if they're seeing ETH going, because I think ETH is going to go to $6,500. That's my best.
Like the cycle?
Right here, yeah. It's going to happen fast. Like Bitcoin, when he got to 124, it's like boom, 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 boom. And he just fucking went up.
I mean, you can't. I mean, ETH has been fast. It is fast. Like, I could see that. I could definitely see that.
This is just two candles, by the way, 2 by month.
Made a new high. It's crazy. Like, actually.
And then we go 5,500. We get to 6,500. Everyone's going to be like, dude, this is it. Bitcoin's going to trend $20 trillion per coin. And it just never does. ETH finishes the cycle off. Sol gets to like 220, if that, and then everything can go to shit.
If you go to the 2-week on ETH and throw the HPDR on, it literally kind of tells what you're saying. Just a massive gap up.
Oh, yeah.
Literally.
Here, basically 7,000. It's the level that they have on the 78.6%.
That's crazy. But like the gap up is crazy. So like in theory, it does kind of line up like that. Like you'll just green dildo up and everyone will be like, well, why isn't Bitcoin moving? Well, it's lagging now. And then it doesn't, rolls over. Because you know how it is. Like when ETH does better than Bitcoin, that's not a good sign. So it's like, I'm thinking of that like on drugs, like times 100. Like it'll just be like everyone will ignore that obvious sign and get trapped. I could actually totally see that.
And sometimes 100. Just the simplest thing that has already happened many times before is just what keeps happening. You know what I mean? It literally is. It's the same thing. Same thing with Tesla lining up for that new all-time high or like getting close to those highs. Tesla's the first one to fucking pop and then everything goes to shit. But Tesla's the first one to go to shit as everything continues to go up. And he just keeps doing it over and over and over again. And the same thing with this, I think. So I guess we'll see. But
gotta love human psychology or my system would not work. I mean,
literally,
my system's very basic, but it does work. And it's because of that. So can literally just be that easy. So people don't change.
Goddamn. Yeah. Look at this.
You know what we need to do? We should open up a casino.
Oh, that'd be fucking glorious. Glorious.
Let's just take it all the way.
Well, all we need to do is come up with $1 billion, Farhan. If you have anything in those Pakistani vaults, just fucking tell me. Tell me the truth. Because we need to know right now to open this casino.
I'll hit up my boy Ranjit.
See what we can do. Perfect.
$1 billion rupees. I don't know.
I got $1 billion rupees for you, bro.
Oh no, that's like $23. Okay. All righty. Thank you so much, boys. I appreciate you. Vamos a ver Bitcoin rápidamente. Vamos a empezar con quiero empezar simplemente con la tabla diaria acá en Bitcoin. Y la razón por qué es porque el viernes que les di este trade, ¿qué fue? Sí fue el viernes, ¿no? Esto es la diaria Monday. No, el lunes. Vaya. Les dije, esta línea meme de acá en los 112 no la está retomando. Y si no la retoma, que todo el mundo está pensando que ya se va a ir para arriba, aquí es donde va a caer. Y este fue un gran trade para su servilleta acá. Y caímos. Y ahorita todo el mundo está emocionado que Bitcoin va a regresar. Este fue el fondo y podemos ir para arriba otra vez, etcétera. Pero hay varios factores que están ocurriendo. Uno, esto se me haría demasiado fácil. Yo no creo que esto vaya a ser el final de esto en los 112,000 y que de aquí continúe a la baja. No lo creo. Yo creo que eso sería demasiado fácil para jugar y por eso ni siquiera me voy a molestar. Lo que yo estoy volteando a ver es esta zona. Esta zona de los 114,200 a básicamente 115. Y la razón por qué, y se los voy a enseñar ahorita, es, pongo la de 12 horas y puedo ver que mi promedio de 34 sesiones está abajo del de 100. Y eso no había pasado en... Denme un segundo. Desde acá, desde abril. Y todos saben qué pasó en abril, ¿no? Y si no saben, fue la gran caída de los aranceles. Está pasando otra vez. Entonces, han pasado bastantes meses ya y otra vez tenemos este tipo de escenario. ¿Por qué digo 114? Tal cual como les enseñé ese trade de la Reserva Federal el viernes, que también fue otro gran trade. No porque lo haya hecho yo, porque funcionó perfecto, fue en los 117, donde les dije 117,300 era mi tope y llegamos a 117,435. ¿Por qué era mi tope? Porque no te llevas estos máximos, te llevas estos mínimos, estos máximos, te llevas estos máximos. Todo el mundo cree que, pues no, güey, ya vamos a los 118 y esta es la sorpresa. Yo creo que esta es la sorpresa. La zona de los 114,500 es donde podría ser. Una vez más, si es que ya no rechazaste aquí, si rechazaste aquí, ya olvídalo, pero va a ser importante tomar nota a esto. Solamente quería empezar con eso para tenerlo en mente, ¿ok? Muy importante para todos. Déjenme borro esto. Perfecto. Ok, vamos a la trimestral. Por supuesto que en la trimestral y en temporalidades altas tenemos Bitcoin bastante alcista, pero también tienen que ver, es una vela topera clásica, cabrón. Déjame ver si la puedo ver acá, que se vea más sencillo. Ok, me borro eso. No, no eso. Qué vergas. Ahí está. Me borro esto. Y acá pueden ver que dentro de este canal que hemos estado desde el 2021, este llegó a tocar el tope. Y lo que a mí no me preocupa, porque me da absolutamente igual, lo que, siendo completamente honesto con ustedes, lo que estoy viendo es la simple dinámica de Ethereum contra Bitcoin. Y ven cuando Ethereum estuvo cayendo y todas las altcoins básicamente contra Bitcoin y que todo el mundo hace videos de, es que ve todas las altcoins contra Bitcoin, siguen cayendo y siguen cayendo y siguen cayendo. Yo creo que eso ya flipó. Y ahora Ethereum está postulándose para irse a los $6,500, en mi opinión, ahora está una vez más mi opinión, en lo que Bitcoin simplemente ya va a corregir. Y ahora va a ser el fin del ciclo, no sé, todavía no sé, pero mínimo una buena corrección es lo que está aquí. Porque cómo es que Ethereum tiene toda esa fuerza. Y esto es lo que está distorsionando las tablas para todo el mundo. Está distorsionando la dominancia de Bitcoin, ¿no? Porque la dominancia de Bitcoin sí está cayendo efectivamente. Y podría aguantar acá el 9, el 56% y rebotar, pero ya cayó de este canal, el que no se había perdido el canal mensual ¿desde cuándo? Desde el 2022. Y al perder este canal mensual, todo el mundo se está emocionando. Güey, las altcoins y no sé qué. Si están metidos en el mundo de los NFTs, como el pendejo de yo, entenderán que en verdad no hay nada. Nada. No, este alt season que todo el mundo está hablando no está en este cuarto con nosotros. Simplemente no está. No existe. Hay proyectos que van de costar $400, 800 y la gente está mamada. Vienen los 5 pendejos que estamos en Discord y entre todos nos hypeamos, compramos más solamente nosotros y de ahí el precio vuelve a bajar. No hay nada. O sea, no tiene fuerza, no existe. Pero ¿saben qué sí trae fuerza? Ethereum. Ethereum continúa. Estos han sido 1, 2, 3, en 4 meses has visto Ethereum ir de $1,700, bueno, 1,700 a casi $5,000. Y no sabía que no iba a jugar los 5,000, por eso había puesto mi TP abajito, justo acá, en los 4,920. Y me cagué, los tocó apenas. Ahora, la cosa es, yo veo a Ethereum venir hasta los 6,500. ¿Ok? Es lo que yo creo. Ahora, puedo estar completamente equivocado. En lo que Ethereum se ve así, está por encima de la media mensual. Tienes el 38,8% en la parte alta de acá. Luego te acercas un poco más, la de 2 semanas te dice, simplemente pasando mi línea meme, en los 400, perdón, un segundo, en los 4,900. Una vez que lo pases, ve el gap que existe acá hasta el 78.6%. Está en $7,000. Yo tengo mi objetivo conservador, en mi opinión, 6,500. Es lo que yo tengo en Ethereum. En lo que estoy viendo a Bitcoin completamente comerse 30 pavos, tío. Está abajo de la media, está coqueteando con perder el promedio del 9. En temporalidades más cortas está perdiendo promedios muy importantes. Promedios más lentos están yéndose por encima de los rápidos. Volteo a ver a Solana y Solana aquí fue el trade más sencillo de todo el mundo. Si Solana no puede romper este máximo de 2.12, se va a dar la vuelta para abajo. Una vez más, este rally que estamos viendo, que todo el mundo está diciendo que es alt season, que Bitcoin va a ir a nuevos, esto es lo que pasó el 2017. Y otra cosa que ocurrió en el 2017, igual, el máximo de XRP. Y luego duró casi 8 años en volver a pasar. Y ahora, no estoy, una vez más, no estoy diciendo que el ciclo se va a acabar. Simplemente veo esos movimientos y después la reversa. Esto es lo único que les quiero dejar claro de lo que estoy viendo. Así que solamente para poner atención a ello y pues ver si juega o no. La media de Bitcoin está básicamente en esta línea meme, en los 123,270. Pero en fin, vamos a la trimestral. Vamos a empezar ¿saben qué? Olvídense mis pendejadas. Vamos al índice. Punto. En el índice que tenemos, Bitcoin está por debajo de la media, está pintando una vela topera, lo pueden ver acá. Esta vela topera todavía tiene 1 mes y 4 días para cerrar, que es válido, pero cualquier cierre por debajo de $105,000, cualquiera, nos pondría en postura para ir a visitar la parte baja de la zona azul primero. Y la parte baja de la zona azul está en $80,000. La última vez que tocamos la parte baja de la zona azul fue en enero del 2024. Habíamos caído antes de eso y estuvimos hasta abajo. Fue cuando hicimos fondo. Perder la zona azul para Bitcoin es literalmente en esta tabla trimestral, en el índice, es la muerte. Entonces, te llegas a llevar los $79,000 para abajo y esto va a cocinarse y vamos a ver muy probablemente números bajos. Esto es simplemente, no estoy diciendo 10,000, 12,000, nada, $40,000 tal vez, 55 o tal vez la gente que dice que Bitcoin nunca más va a bajar tiene también razón, no sé. Simplemente esto es lo que yo estoy viendo. Tenemos expansión de volatilidad ante la subida que hemos visto con el precio, ante este empuje a la alza, pero por ahora volatilidad está volteándose para abajo, todavía continúa con la misma tendencia, pero todavía hasta que no cerremos esta vela en 1 mes y un día, ¿es 1 mes y un día? 4 días. 1 mes y 4 días no vamos a saber que si la volatilidad en verdad se está deteniendo o no. Mensual, estamos cayendo del 38.2%. Esto también agregó a mis apuestas bajistas en Bitcoin. Porque si no podemos retomar los 13,500, no, 13,800 en este cierre mensual para el fin de semana, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser el 50% en los 99. Y una vez que estés en los 99, tío, esto va para abajo, bajo. ¿Ok? 61.8% está en 85. Y ahí ya te pone muy cerca de lo que estamos platicando, de esa línea azul en la trimestral en los $80,000. Y perder los $80,000, $79,000, nos va a llevar mucho más abajo y eso significaría que es el fin de ciclo. Esto no es para espantarlos, es para que apuesten del lado correcto si es que los movimientos se dan, es todo. Para que la gente no crea, es que quieres que Bitcoin baje, me da igual. Que suba, qué chingón, estoy en ese lado. Que baje, qué chingón, estoy en ese lado, me da igual. Y es como todos ustedes deberían de ver esto, a menos de que estén holdeando spot. Si están holdeando spot y están simplemente acumulando a través del tiempo, bien, solamente compra cuando estás barato, aprovecha eso y no vendas en las caídas, es todo. A menos de que estés comprando aquí arriba y ahí estás jodido. Tendrás que esperarte un rato más. Ante la mensual, tenemos volatilidad contrayendo una vez más, ahora sí, y tenemos ya fácil, de aquí a este fin de semana para ver, pero ya básicamente te está diciendo que vas debajo del 15% y está preparando un movimiento fuerte. Y ese movimiento fuerte puede ser a la baja, por primera vez en la historia de la mensual. 2 semanas, nos aguantó el promedio del 9 en esos 110,038 y ahora intentamos regresar a la media que está en 133,000, pero no está funcionando. De perder los 112, que es donde está mi línea meme acá, vamos una vez más a retestear el 9, que está en los 110, y de perder los 110, la parte baja de la zona azul está en 105. 105 es el principio de los 99, el principio de los 99 es el principio de los 86, el principio de los 86 es el principio de los 80, 79, y eso es el principio se acabó el ciclo alcista de Bitcoin, regresamos a lo mismo, y básicamente es una repetición del ciclo de 4 años. Si es que se llega a dar tal cual. Espérenme. La de 2 semanas está expandiendo oficialmente ante este Don Perú. ¿Ok? Esto quiere decir que si vemos que esto continúa y no se da la vuelta para abajo, esta expansión, que puede ser una expansión de hasta 50, 60%, es a la baja. Y ahora vamos a medir cuánto sería un pedo así. Y lo vamos a medir de los dos lados, ¿no? Digamos, 50% nos lleva al EMA 100 en los 58,000. A la alza nos lleva a los 176,000. Entonces, esto está un poco agregando que si llega a darse y es negativa la expansión y apoya el precio moviéndose para abajo, porque Momentum está ya apuntando para abajo en temporalidades cortas, esto podría cocinarse. Semanal, también semanal. Tenemos acá... tenemos acá volatilidad también preparando un setup. Recuerden que estos son de 35 a 45% y estamos justamente aguantando la parte baja de la zona azul. Pierde la parte baja de la zona azul, vamos a retestear estos 107 y probablemente los 106,500 en el 50%. No aguanta y nuestro 34 está en los 101 y eso nos pone ya no en un buen lugar, pero por encima, si podemos romper los 115,700, vamos a ir a la media que está en los $128,000. ¿Ok? Cinco días un poco de lo mismo. Nos está aguantando justamente la parte baja de la zona azul en los 111,885. De perder estos 111,885 en este cierre que va a ser en un día y 9 horas, vamos a ir muy probablemente al 61,8%, que son los 102. Si vas a perder los 112, vas a los 100. Es lo que tiene cara de esto, mínimo a los 105, porque ahí es donde deberíamos de encontrar mucha gente comprando, pensando que ese sería el siguiente fondo. Y además tienes un setup de volatilidad, preparando un setup de jamás que va a ser explosivo. Diaria. Diaria tienes un poco de lo que estamos platicando, justamente también con nuestra media aquí abajito en los 111,900, de no poder retomar el nivel y no aguantar el EMA 100 en los 110,900, vas al 61,8% que está en los 108. Ya 108, llevarte estos bajos, te pone en tesitura de poder ir a buscar este 78,6% en los 103 y eso rompería el culo de toda la gente que esté esperando cualquier otra cosa. Cosas que agregan a mi análisis. 21 bajó sobre del 34. El 9 por debajo del 55. Y bueno, el 5 lo perdimos acá debajo del 9, lo que nos dice mucha debilidad en esto. Y de no aguantar el promedio del 100, que yo creo que va a ser tu línea en la arena, en la diaria, en los 110, 887, de no aguantar, vamos a ir más para abajo. Ahora, nos está vendiendo, a mí ahorita, recuerden que yo veo las tablas de como todo. ¿Qué es lo que me está vendiendo la tabla? Voy a bajar instantáneamente, güey, ni siquiera voy a venir a retestear los 114. Y es ahí donde yo digo, no sé qué tanto te creo. Ahora, estamos en la de 12 horas por debajo del promedio del 9. ¿Ok? Aquí, entre el 50% y el 38,2%. Lo que yo pienso es que podríamos llegar a esta zona en los 14.15 hasta los 115 más o menos. ¿Por qué? Porque no se va a llevar este máximo, se va a llevar todos los de acá pensando y eso va a hacer que la gente piense que vamos a 117. Otra vez, la trampa de ¿dónde va a parar esto? ¿No? Y ahí es donde están las apuestas. 4 horas es la que me da más confluencia, mi bias, y la razón por qué es esta. El 100 está justo en el 78,6%. ¿Ok? Esto sería un movimiento completo alcista. Ahora, si me echo para atrás, pueden ver acá. Rompimos por debajo del SMA 200 y del 100 al mismo tiempo. y venimos a retestear el 200. Si tengo más debilidad, debería yo de venir a retestear el 100. No el 200. El 200 es la trampa que todo el mundo va a creer que vamos a tapear y una vez que la tapemos vamos para arriba. Podría. Pero acá simplemente los 114,500, que es donde está el EMA 100, en la de 4 horas, es donde yo creo está el bait perfecto para todos. Además, combina de que tenemos los resultados de Nvidia el día de hoy, después del mercado, a las 4:20 hora de Nueva York, ¿no? Eastern Time. Y una vez que Nvidia declare y les vaya súper bien, algo que tiene que entender la gente y que yo creo todo el mundo tiene que ver, que va un poco combinado con lo que les había dicho. Las empresas de tecnología yo no sé cómo puedan sufrir como todas las demás cuando pueden van a muy probablemente operar con Mark Zuckerberg y todo lo demás van a ser robots. X va a operar solamente con Elon Musk y todo lo demás van a ser IA agents, ¿no? Para mí, esas empresas que están tan dedicadas y gastadas en IA tienen que continuar gastando y tienen presupuestos ilimitados. Por lo que los resultados de Nvidia tienen que ser buenos. Ahora, no se me adelanten, yo no estoy apostando en esos resultados por lo que estoy pensando, yo simplemente lo estoy usando en las cosas que conozco. ¿Por qué? ¿Y por qué no estoy comprando Nvidia y ese tipo de acciones? Porque yo no entiendo ese segmento de ese mercado. Lo que entiendo es cuántos usuarios existen, qué es lo que están vendiéndole a los usuarios y qué empresas de ellas pueden funcionar mejor como Tesla, Meta, etcétera. Pero Nvidia, que es vendedor del hardware de esto, no sé, no entiendo. Así que, puesto sencillo. Déjenme, aquí tenemos perfectamente la tabla. Quito el HPDR. Se las dejo acá. 1. El tope fue 112 si llegas a perder los 110,500. Te llevas este mínimo, este fue el tope de acá y vámonos para abajo. Ahora, si eres alcista y quieres de verdad ser alcista, tienes que romper los 115 a la alza. 115 es el número. Olvídate de esto, de 116, 115. Una vez que estés por encima de 115, esto te debería llevar a los 116, 117 y tal vez a máximos históricos en Bitcoin. Pero sabes que estás mal si se para esto abajo de los 115 y empieza a bajar, pierdes los 112. Después de perder los 112, los 110, te llevas este mínimo en los 108, 800. Una vez que te lleves este mínimo, estás casi garantizado 105 y de ahí abajo de los 100. Y una vez más, solamente para los alcistas, quieres ser alcista, muy sencillo. Tu primera cosa es a ver que Bitcoin no se lleve Wicazo para abajo en la de 4 horas, que Bitcoin pueda aguantar y empezar a cerrar por encima de los 112, 186. Faltan 37 minutos 36 para cerrar esto. Vean cuántos cierres por debajo de esta línea hemos tenido. Lo que a mí me dice que tal vez esto ya haya sido. Pero yo aún así no lo voy a jugar, bastante riesgo para mí. Yo me voy a esperar a ver si los 114, 600 los va a tapear. Una vez que estemos ahí, yo puedo platicar de hacer un corto o que no. Pero por ahora, si son alcistas, que tiene más sentido en corto tiempo simplemente por lo de Nvidia, porque todo el mundo los está relacionando y porque es lo que les están enseñando, Bitcoin debería de hacer esto y luego esto. Y aquí encontrar ese nuevo máximo más bajo que y pues dar continuación a la baja, porque ¿qué pasa después de un nuevo alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo? Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, ya saben cuáles son los dos lugares para las dos posiciones y están viendo también los mercados de alts. What do we got now, Mr. Shiba?
Some Coinbase, coin of the base. Kind of goes nice too with our, Bitcoin. Now looking at Coinbase, good correlation here. Coinbase is often that higher beta stock, more volatile. You're at a really big spot. We watched for a move down on Coinbase, and we're really just gauging $300. Let me delete this Picasso. I do believe if you hold $3, you will see a scenario like this. Expansion, reclaim that $330 region. You hold it, that leads to that move to around $380. Now, Coinbase simply just needs to hold above $300. Since this red dildo down, you have been holding it. You've been forming dojis, which is indecision, and you're still holding above that 2-week EMA 9, which has been a nice bottoming point. You had that price divergence here before a nice move up. You don't have any price divergence. Even on this 2-week, you actually took the wick low out. But as long as you're holding above specifically $300, you should see expansion. And going now to, let's say, the 2-day, you are right at that median. So the 2-day median just freshly got reclaimed. You held it, and now you potentially could see expansion from here. But what you're noticing is you're under all major moving averages, which is a big point for bulls to essentially get back above, because you're not going to see expansion as long as you are under specifically that EMA 9. But what you notice is, you are at the bottom side of the range. My meme line is right at $334. The top side of the 38.2% is at $340. So this does have implications of, if this median and $300 can hold, you potentially might see a move all the way up to that EMA 21. And maybe even a little higher, actually hitting the meme line and maybe even the top side of the 38.2%. It's really going to be dependent on this $300 support holding. Because if you don't hold this support, this is often when big moves down occur on Coinbase. You had a nice red dildo down. You went to the bottom side of support at $265. Then you rallied up nicely, but again, just 300 couldn't get reclaimed before nuking. So we're at a pretty big level here on Coinbase. I'd want to say this is bullish consolidation, but unfortunately it's not. You're now just right under that daily EMA 9. The hopium is just simply we hold that 2-week EMA 9 and expand off the EMA 100. It is interesting to see Bitcoin at the daily EMA 100 and also Coinbase. This is in a daily downtrend. And all eyes simply on August 22nd's high. You want to break that high and actually make your move up to that $335. Visually, you can just see if you start reclaiming back above $335, you're now within a new range, and you can just hold that simply as support, flip the EMA 34 into support, and then possibly expand up to the top side of the range right at $380. But until then, you're in a precarious spot where you could bounce, but you also could just lower high here and then roll over. Very evidently, if you start losing that daily EMA 100, my next objective will be that SMA 200. So you can just see how important this spot is on the daily. Still have this gap too, actually. So there's a little gap here. So maybe if Bitcoin actually does make that move up to $114,000, you could potentially start seeing Coinbase move up nicely. But again, you have to start taking out August 22nd's wick high, and you need to start getting closures back above $335. I think using $335 is a nice metric because if you start consolidating back above $335, you're back above all major moving averages on the daily and even the 2-day. And then the 2-week will just look like it got expansion off the 2-week EMA 9, something we saw before putting in that high. So, big spot here. Let's see how the monthly's shaping up. Okay. So it's not the worst. You sold off hard from that high, but granted, you are right at that EMA 9. And even the median is sitting right at $320. So you're not really that far off from even, possibly reclaiming above the median. But this is in 2 days, right? This monthly is closing in 2 days. So you need bulls to pick up here. You definitely don't want this monthly median to get lost. This was the last occurrence where a monthly median was lost, which was February. And then you had a nice move up from this high. You went down 38% off of the median being lost. It's not good. Medians lost, still rejected, reclaimed, held as support, lost it, came down. Let's see the bi-monthly. That'll help. That'll give us a little more. Wow. Similar to Bitcoin, you're getting, a nice topping candle here on the bi-monthly. Now we'll have to see where this develops. It could turn into an evening star, but currently this is looking like a shooting star. Yeah, I mean, you had follow through here on this one. Let's see. Was this that dump where we went down? Yeah, 38%. So if you started to get follow through, let's say this closed exactly like this, if you start to really lose $300 on the daily, flipping into a 2-day, going into a weekly, 2-week, yeah, I mean, you have a real argument of going to 260s and possibly even a lot lower. Now we'll look at the EMA 5. I think that's appropriate for the monthly, and yeah, you do see that is lining up nicely around that $272 region. Okay, let's see here. You held above, closed under it, reclaimed, held it, lost it, busted up. So yeah, I mean, if you went back down to around that EMA 5 on the monthly, let's say Bitcoin does get a big pullback from here, I still will be gauging this as bullish as long as you are holding above, specifically $227. You really do need just to hold above that $227 in order to actually get a nice move up. You've had aggressive sell-offs before. The EMA 9 has reconnected before, but as long as you are just holding above it, it should give you a move up. Now, if you see here, you did reject. You came all the way down, went 47% down, but again, just not losing that EMA 9 gave you a pretty impressive move up into the November, so the end of last year. I think the Academy still has a long here on Coinbase. Warren, I think he posted that. If maybe it didn't get invalidated, I'm unsure.
I don't think it got stopped out yet. No.
Yeah, and so that makes sense. Like it is at support. The $300 is a big zone. Yeah, this wick low did take out the previous low, but now I need to start seeing bulls put in structure here. So, ideally this low doesn't get taken out. You start putting in structure and the daily EMA 9 gets reclaimed. If the daily 9 gets reclaimed, then you can start targeting up here, and then have an argument of maybe testing right up to the top side of resistance, essentially. But until then, this will be, looking concerning, and it could be in like a moving average range where you just kind of chop here. And that's why then trend will be very important, and you need to start moving up and taking this high. But it is at support. 300 is my long zone for Coinbase. We've seen this range. It's very choppy, but it does work. And then you got a breakdown. Once you lost 300, okay, cool. That's when you started to move down. But the daily EMA 100 moving all the way up to around $300 is a big spot. You need to look at that as support. And as long as it holds above it, you should see expansion. You just need to start reclaiming these, daily moving averages. So that's why I'm using $334. In summary, you just need Coinbase to reclaim that. You get a reclaim of $334, the daily, the 2-day, 5-day, weekly, all reclaims above all major moving averages. And then my next target will be around $380. That does put Coinbase in a very nice, like 13% range. So I think if you've scaled longs at $300, it is worth watching an expansion. But just understand that once you do start creeping up to around that daily EMA 34, that is right where you are, finding resistance on the weekly. You're approaching resistance on the daily here with the median because you are under it. And then even the weekly here, that would be the bottom side of the 38.2%. So just something to be aware of, but that doesn't mean you still can't pop 11%. It's pretty impressive from here. Anything else? God, the higher time frame candles look terrible. Let's just see if we hold support at 300. This quarterly is interesting because visually you can see resistance, nice busting action move. Yes, you have a wick high rejection. So, bears will ultimately be using this as their stop on any shorts if they're trading higher time frame. But if you hold above 300, this could be like a sneaky little throwback. And that's why 300 will be very crucial to just start seeing those higher time frame, monthly, 2-month, hold $300. Very well could just be a range then. Perfectly fine. So that's all I have on Coinbase. Watch $300 as major support. You're then gauging 300 to hold as support to make a move up to around like $320 to $334. There you should de-risk and watch closely. If you start reclaiming back above $334 and that leads into a weekly getting that reclaim, awesome. You're now back above the weekly 9. You can just simply see what occurred last time you reclaimed the weekly 9. You went up, you tested it, then you busted up, you tested it again, and then you busted up bigly. So in theory, if you just get back above $334 on a weekly close, you should see a nice move up to around $380 and possibly higher. You'll have to just level to level it on this. This worked really well playing level to level. Got back above support. $334 was support, moved up, reclaim, tested it here, new high. So yeah, that's all I have on Coinbase. Let's see if $300 continues to hold right at that daily EMA 100. It's looking just like Bitcoin is. So it seems like it's kind of just waiting for a move here. Bears want a breakdown, bulls want a trend shift and a move up.
Yeah, it's very easy to invalidate, like basically to say this is going to go to shit. It's just 291. You breach this low, which by the way, low, higher low, like yeah, lower high, lower low. This could be the higher low, but you need to take this out to know.
Yeah,
like
exactly. Like that wick low that took out the previous low kind of sucks for bulls because it's up or down. Like the daily, you can make an argument. It might be shifting into a daily uptrend, but it's still in a daily downtrend, and you still.
And I would say, I would even dare to say, because I before starting this, and I'd like to know your thoughts. Before you went over the chart and looking at it, I was thinking, is Coinbase going to top alongside Bitcoin, or Ethereum is going to be the next leg up for Coinbase, right? And I think that's what we're all thinking. But I think it's actually just the market cap, the crypto market cap in general, because Bitcoin has absorbed, and this is to Farhan's point, Bitcoin has such a big amount of the market cap that it could drag everything down with it. Like this. What do you think?
Yeah, and I do think, doesn't Coinbase top before Bitcoin?
Not sure.
It does.
Yeah, I think I've heard you say that. I don't know for sure. I just think I've heard UL100 mention that.
I just put it on the 2-week. So the top of Coinbase was April 21st in 2021. Then he did November 2021, but he did it at the beginning of November, whereas Bitcoin did it towards the end of November.
I see. So yeah, it does top, and that's why it needs to hold $300. It's at an important zone. If you do start losing that, then yeah, I mean, you've lost the daily EMA 100. My aggressive short rule can come into play, and then even like the weekly 9s potentially lost already, and you're now gauging that monthly to confirm a bear market. But for me, yeah, I mean, it seems like market is just waiting for Bitcoin to make its move. I mean, people's bets are hedged now. I mean, they're placed. It could be actually Nvidia. It's actually interesting. Maybe Nvidia is going to move markets today.
Well, I think it will, but it's going to be a trap because they've already made everyone truly believe that Nvidia is a guidance towards like how the economy and every other company is going to do. AI, and this is something I was saying in Spanish at the beginning of this, AI is not a league of its own, dude. Like there's 7 companies that are buying all these chipsets, and all these 7 companies can become so much more profitable even through the worst economic times, because they can just literally fire everyone and operate with like Mark Zuckerberg being the CEO and everything else being an AI agent. And I know that sounds crazy to a lot of people, but they're basically there. I just talked to a friend of mine that does AI and whatnot. And now the thing, this is going to sound crazy to you guys because it sounded absolutely insane to me. The people that are in AI, okay, and not all of them, but some, have figured out how to make the world work without money. And they want to implement that.
Like trading?
And the people from the banks don't want to, like, there's this back and forth, right? But they're already there. So what I mean is, I don't think we're estimating how much AI is a thing of its own and a category of its own with those gigantic companies that keep absorbing every other company versus everything else. And they've already made everyone look at Nvidia. And this is why I'm saying earnings should be good. Everyone will be hyped up. Bitcoin will go to 14,500, maybe 15,000, reject there and go down. Because then people are going to realize that all of the other results that are coming up are terrible, that have nothing to do with AI. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I see.
So I'm just being cautious. I'm not going to just fall into because every idiot that I watch, with all the love in the world to those idiots, are really just marrying Nvidia to the market. Every single one. And always the funniest thing happens. And the funniest thing would be that they're completely wrong in that, which makes no sense that they're right in the first place. But we'll see. Maybe just another conspiracy theory, like always.
Yeah, I mean,
the funniest
with our Bitcoin idea, I could actually see that exactly playing, and you just get that nice swipe up, and then it just either consolidates and moves down, or just aggressively moves down. Because everyone is horny with Nvidia. No one says anything bad. It's never going down. It's going up only, and it already made a new high on the bi-monthly. It can afford a higher low, even so.
But then again, Nvidia can continue to go up. That doesn't mean anything for everything else. Like, what the fuck does Panera Bread or whatever Lululemon have to do with Nvidia's results, or Walmart? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
like that only affects Meta, Tesla, and all of the guys, like the big boys. That's it. Yeah. And those big boys can carry it on, being profitable for a very long time.
Yeah, it's true. AI is a whole beast of its own. That is very valid.
Yeah.
And there have been AI experiments where they've gotten AI to be able to make money to hire humans to do things like the bot, like what are those captchas?
Oh, dude, that's that they go on Reddit and then tell people, hey, I'll give you $10 if you do this. Yeah. And by the way, that's nothing. That you should. They're fighting right now so they can eliminate money from the world. Okay, like imagine that. And this is not, one more time, this is not a God gave me this message or I watched it on a YouTube video. This is literally someone who does this at a very high level. And like that's, I can't say a lot because I don't want to say who he is, because this is absolutely crazy to me. But it should, and by the way, if it happens, that would be great for everyone, because that's going to be like fully a world full of abundance, but it's going to be and he says, it's a completely different world where everything you think has value doesn't have value, and things that you would never think that have value have a lot of value. That's how he describes it.
Interesting. Really? So like what, things like family? I
guess. Straight up.
Oh, useless shit like that, right?
Useless shit like family, like inner
like
peace.
Love.
Yeah. You don't want that.
I mean, why wouldn't you
want the Ferrari
to work for you though? Like, I do think it's going to replace the workforce. Why wouldn't you? I mean, McDonald's anyone can make the argument for that. That can just a productive thing that works forever, and margin of error is very low.
Yeah, and it works okay. So what's interesting about it is they've realized that literally all humans will be substituted. And if you just, so if you treat money the same way and you just keep giving people money, it'll just devaluate itself and create more misery, because people will they'll like idiots that in the pandemic went and got their little check and then went to Rodeo Drive in their Honda Civic from 1993, parked their car, got out, went into the store and bought something with all that money, or even got into debt buying something with that as a down payment. All those retards would do the same thing again. Does that make sense? So what they're saying is, because AI will substitute everything, there's no point of having money anymore, because everyone will be poor because no one will work. And if we give money to people, they'll waste it and they'll create misery for themselves. And AI itself already gave them the solution.
I see. So then, yeah, it's like protecting themselves.
So,
That's the argument.
what are
And
what are these
everything
going to
in
be
the world's
exchanged for?
automated already, so there's no jobs, and so it's like
No.
a free.
And then you're just going to print more money to give people more money to be printed. And then the same people will continue to be rich, which, by the way, the bankers want that. So if by next year, the end of next year, we're not in the system that has no money anymore, then we should have a big opportunity to buy into the market and have this system completely continue and go into an extreme where there's going to be, like in Mexico, people with money and people with nothing.
The
So those are the two
that's
scenarios.
the only necessary reason to have money.
There's that one dude with Mexico with more cars than God.
Yeah. Well, that dude owns they own telecommunications and everything else. They're a really nice family.
And he's got a massive wall full of some nice weapons as well.
Oh, dude, they have, and you know what the dad's favorite car is?
Well,
Tesla.
that's awesome.
You can't make that up, right? He's got 3 Teslas at the top of his garage because he's got layers.
That's fucking awesome.
I don't know if they can say it or not, or if they say it or not. I don't watch any of that shit, but I was like, yeah, dude, this is why I like you. I get it. All right. Either way, I'm sorry, just fucking getting sidetracked myself. Celsius Rivian, Mr. Alex, please.
Go.
I was doing Celsius.
Yeah, you're doing Celsius.
Celsius.
Your favorite drink.
Yeah,
Well-
I thought we were skipping me for a second.
Real fast. So going back, if there's no money, let's say, then like the only point for money would be to invest and like buy things like that, and like that.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. People would, like, the same people that invested that got rich will continue to get richer, and the retards that bought things and got into more debt would do that times 20.
I see. And the market,
And they don't
will
want that.
insane at that point. All that money will just, because then what are you gonna buy if you're not buying shit?
Well,
So,
the thing is, the other thing that they're saying is, it's not just like that. It's like add on top that there's literally no jobs. So it's just the people that don't have anything are going to become so resentful because they're never going to own up to the fact that they fucked it up themselves, and they're going to create problems. So AI said when they were doing these projections, because what they do, they're doing scenarios. This is what they do. So they're like, if we do this, what's going to happen? And all scenarios lead to like a really bad, like if we stay the way that we are right now, they all lead to very bad results, if you will.
I see.
So they're like, all right, so what's the other solution for none? Eliminate money and change the system of value. So basically reality would be very different, even though it's the same thing. But and yeah, just very odd.
Yeah,
very,
would be
How
very
would, how would
like,
you go to the store? What would you like if you want to get some food?
you don't need to go to the store. You'll have everything you need, and you'll live in a great place too.
because everything literally can be automated, like everything by robot slaves, AI.
Yeah.
I'll
and it'll
take an
be-
automated. I'll take an automated Bugatti Chiron Pure Sport, please.
Those, so if you want it, you'll have it, but it won't be worth shit. Like it won't be anything. Like you literally will be able to have it. You know how back in the day, only the richest people in the world could have a computer that was crazy
Yeah. And then
before
anyone
your
can get a
times.
computer.
Now you have a fucking phone that does that, right? Like, and you're like, whatever, dude. I don't care if I have a phone or not. It's kind of like that.
It's an interesting
I
thought,
see.
and it makes sense if the supply chain's going fucking madness because efficiency is 100%.
Well, the
Is
way of
interesting.
creating things is not going to be the same way that they're created right now. Like from a molecular level, we're talking now. Does that make sense? Like imagine just, you know how physics and everything has been like stopped for a long time?
Yeah.
Like we haven't gotten
Has-
faster
hasn't
planes, faster
been-
rockets, faster
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah,
It used to be more exponential.
Yes. Well, they have all of that now. Like the AI, they're not. I don't want to say too much. No, because of my friend.
No, of course. No, but you've made me think. That's very interesting. This is a very interesting conversation because it makes sense. It does make sense to me. I mean, especially if we're going that route, which I do believe we are, because why wouldn't you? I mean, want to be as efficient as possible and make the most amount of money.
You literally have things that can create anything, dude, at home. And that's the best way I can put it.
Yeah.
Like, Farhan, you want a fucking Bugatti Chiron? You just tell your genie and it'll make it.
I'll take one in black and one in green.
You'll take as many as you want. Does that make
Mine
sense?
will really be like a GTA 5 server, but you're like hacking it, so you have unlimited.
It's kind of going to be like that.
But no Koenigseggs, please.
But
I'm not gay.
By the way, even AI can fix them.
That's funny.
Yeah, but and obviously, there's also a side of decadence and like emptiness and like being poor now in a new way that's going to come up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like it changes things for sure.
Everything you know and understand today and how you operate today is different, will be different.
Yeah, that's an interesting
And by the way, one more time, this is not sealed in stone. This is not like if the banker guys, the financial traditional institutions win the argument and make a better point than these guys, you can forget about that. We're just going to have this world, more wars, more people that have and people that don't.
Yeah.
So that'd be the easiest way of looking at it.
Like the outcome other than changing is just not good. The results are just not good. More destruction over time.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just, and if it changes, it'll be great. And if it doesn't change, then we'll have a great opportunity to not be the guys that just get fucking left behind understanding this.
Yeah.
That's it. That's basically it. Like this shouldn't cause anyone anxiety. Like everything will be better. As long as you're not a complete moron, then you're a complete moron, sir. There's nothing we can do for you.
I can imagine most people watching this stream probably aren't, at least, a
large percentage. Large percentage.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see.
Some of you, I assume, are good people.
Or maybe we all are. I mean, we're looking at unicorn money at 9 a.m. So.
I know. Oh, by the way, that'll completely kill our job.
Uh-oh.
Imagine.
The way they describe it is what's valuable now in the new reality is something that we all have in abundance all around us, and yet you don't put any thought about it whatsoever or look at it as if it has a single cent in value. And everybody's like, because the first thing I said was like, it's obvious, dude. It's like gold, and that's why all that shit is happening with gold and precious metals. He goes, what? No, that's part of the financial system. Banks are buying that. Do you think that's going to be the same thing? I'm like, then what is it? Just tell me. But apparently I can't know.
Oh.
All right, so I guess I'm racist against AI now.
The clankers.
The slur is clanker. I ain't no clanker lover.
Excellent. We're gonna fucking all die. Perfect. Alrighty. Thank you, boys. Coinbase, para mi estimadísimo y queridísimo estimado Ramón. Uno, tenemos este gran patrón de tasa con agarradera, por supuesto, y esto va a tener un resultado donde nos vaya a llevar hasta los 657. ¿Lo vamos a hacer en este ciclo? Tal vez no. Tal vez no, tal vez no. Vamos a hablar de los obstáculos que tiene. Y la razón por la que tengo la de 2 semanas es porque esto salió en abril del 2021 y creo que es lo más claro. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9 ahorita en la de 2 semanas, que es bueno, pero estamos por debajo del 5 y hemos estado por 1, 2. Y esta va a ser la tercera sesión cerrando este fin de semana, ¿ok? Cerrando este fin de semana por debajo del promedio del 5 3 veces seguidas. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que lo hicimos? 1, 2, 3. ¿Y qué pasó? Tuvimos esta caída. luego subimos, lo recuperamos, una, dos, no, una, no, una, bolas, güey, hasta abajo. Entonces, el promedio del 5 puede funcionarte muy bien como un buen gauge en la de 2 semanas para saber si Coinbase se va a ir al pito. Si eres alcista en Coinbase, y yo creo que esto es bastante sencillo, a corto plazo, quieres no llevarte el mínimo de esta vela. Eso es lo que vas a estar buscando. Esta vela tiene un mínimo en 291.46. Si llegas a llevarte eso a la baja, en cualquier tipo de flashazo, dashazo, como le quieras decir, esto va a ir para abajo y va a ir para abajo probablemente a los 2.30. Sería más o menos, 2.40 sería más o menos mi objetivo primero. De llevarte este mínimo en los 2.40, vas más para abajo, pero hasta ahí no voy a llegar todavía. La cosa que me confunde con Coinbase, que todavía no sé, y es lo que estaba comentando con Alex y con Farhan, es Coinbase normalmente funciona y sigue el mercado de criptos, pero el mercado de criptos en general es difícil de decir eso porque Bitcoin está no en altos históricos, en lo que Ethereum está literalmente a punto de romper para hacer nuevos y nuevos y nuevos. La cosa es, ¿qué está siguiendo Coinbase? El precio de Coinbase. ¿Está siguiendo a Bitcoin? ¿Está siguiendo a Ethereum? O lo que yo creo, y ahora esto es para ti para pensar, lo que está siguiendo es el market cap de criptomonedas en total. Y si está siguiendo el market cap de criptomonedas en total, lo que personalmente veo es si Bitcoin, que es la mayor parte del market cap de criptomonedas, está cayendo, Coinbase debería de continuar cayendo aunque Ethereum suba. A menos de que Ethereum suba a un precio tan ridículo que el market cap de Ethereum explote a un nivel ridículo y pueda cargar el mercado de cripto como lo ha hecho Bitcoin. Si eso llega a pasar, bien, entonces Coinbase debería seguir subiendo. Por ahora, Coinbase tiene esta vela mega bajista, tienes un doji y ahorita estamos lidiando con esto. No quieres cerrar este fin de semana por debajo de los 304. Es lo único que no quieres hacer. La última vez que cerraste por debajo del promedio del 9 fue esta vela que te llevó de los 279 a $143. ¿Ok? Entonces, no quieres cerrar esta vela por debajo de los 304. Para la gente que es alcista en Coinbase, es bastante sencillo. Puedes entrar en tu posición en 308. Por cierto, el movimiento no es tanto, tal cual donde está el precio ahorita. Tu invalidación está aquí abajo, es un 5.3%. Te llegas a llevar este mínimo, yo diría que vamos a ver mucho más para abajo. Eres alcista en Coinbase, esto es lo que quieres hacer. Eres bajista en Coinbase, espérate. Lo único que tienes que hacer es recibir la confirmación de llevarte esto a la baja. No hay más, no hay más. Ahora, me dice Ramón, comentario por el resto del año. No tengo ni puta idea qué va a pasar con criptos. Ya te conté lo que viste con Bitcoin, ya te conté lo que creo que va a pasar con Ethereum y ya te conté lo que creo que está siguiendo Coinbase. Una vez más, si están pensando en invertir, esto es fuera de trading, estoy hablando de inversiones. ¿Vas a invertir o comprar cosas cuando estén caras o cuando estén baratas? Cuando estén baratas es lo que yo haría, ¿no? Cada quien haga lo que guste, si quieren comprarlas cuando estén caras. Entonces, yo no estoy comprando nada ahorita, no estoy agregando, nada de eso, porque todo está caro. El dinero está caro, las acciones están caros, los criptos están caros, todo está caro. No tengo interés alguno, tengo paciencia. Entonces, está haciendo un trade bastante fácil de invalidar acá, súper, súper sencillo a lo largo y en corto para poder entrar. Simplemente yo creo que el retest, si estás en corto, dejaría yo que caiga acá, va a venir a retestear la zona de los 300 y de ahí continuaría la baja. Yo no me voy a meter en el corto simplemente en la primera pérdida de esto, sino en el retesteo de los 300. Ahí es donde quieres entrar y lo invalidas en los 323 a la alza. Y ahí tienen Coinbase, damas y caballeros. What's next, Mr. Farhano? Celsius, C-E-L-E-H.
Celsius. Love them. They're the best. Absolutely. And I'm being sarcastic for those who can't tell.
By the way, as I was talking to my boy, I was saying, dude, I finally made it in life. I have like this company that I'm hoping to sell one day and whatnot. Like, it's gonna be great. And you're telling me that money's gonna be worthless. He goes, it's gonna be worthless. And he goes, of all people, that would happen to you, Alejandro. I was like, yes, it would. Thank you. Thank you.
Billionaire. Boom. Next day, money's worthless.
How fucking ridiculous would that be?
That'd be like winning the lottery and next day getting cancer.
Fucking Jesus. All
Life
right,
gives you the biggest
let's
middle
go.
finger of all time.
Of all time, up the ass too. Well, I have diarrhea.
So on the quarterly on Celsius, momentum is starting to flip back up, getting out of the bearish control zone. And if you notice, every single time that we've tapped the bearish control zone on the quarterly, it has been a major bottom, actually a macro bottom. We look over here, we ended up going into the bearish control zone. This was the lowest price it's ever been. We go down to over here, we tap the bearish control zone. It made a significantly higher low before we got massive busting action. And as of right now, once again, we are tapping the bearish control zone, getting right back out of the bearish control zone. Well, what was the low on this close? And we this low was $18.30. This one was $26. So we did make a higher low from this low while taking out the lows on momentum, giving us a hidden bullish divergence, which was confirmed on this candle closure right over here. And let's look what else happened whenever we flip back up out of the tapping the bearish control zone. Is we went all the way up to the 100%. Did we do that here? From here, first we went to the 38.2%, and then we went to the 100%. Flipping up here, we went to the 100%. Over here, went to the 100%. So right now, the 38.2% would put us at about $130. That's very high up. I don't. Let's take it by percentage basis. About 118%. What's likely to happen, though, based off of this reclaiming of the 38.2%, if you do close over this $49.30 area, very likely we'll get another retest of this area. It's not just obvious; it's not just going to go straight up. You don't see really, if you were to compare it to the previous example, we went to the 38.2%, didn't really just go straight up. It went to the 38.2%, got a pullback, and that's when it went straight up. So that would be a retest of somewhere around $49, and then it also would be a nice retest of your 5 EMA crossing above the 9. And then you would be targeting the median after there. Median sits at current all-time highs. It's right around like $100. All-time highs right now is about $99.85, basically that. It's a jewel. You don't have a yellow, so nothing really to look at. You are getting God mode sell signal, but it is looking like it's played out. Same exact signal that you got over here whenever you deviated the 21 EMA. After we reclaimed the 21 EMA is when we had the busting action. Right now, we reclaimed the 21 EMA. We're basing off of it, basing off the 5 and the 9. Likely pretty soon, you're going to get one of these busting action moves. Probably rejects the first time around at that 38.2%, somewhere around $130. But since the median is so close to 38.2% right now, it doesn't look like it's going to be that shallow that deep of a pullback. And 100% is at a very crazy number, which I'm not even going to entertain right now. You can see what that is yourself. Unlikely, safe to say. That number likely moves down significantly if we do hit the 100%. Monthly is currently flipped to the upside, getting into the bullish control zone. Volatility shifting up to support it. Jewel's giving you a buy signal out of the bearish control zone. But on the opposite hand, however, we are taking out these previous highs on momentum while price is still making a lower high, giving you possibility for hidden bearish divergence. And that will confirm with any close below about $43.05. And if that confirms, it's going to give us an easy target of hitting this 38.2% and 55 EMA at about $36. And then your next target is going to be this 100, lining up with the median at about $27, $28. Then you're going to have, if you lose that 100 EMA, it's going to activate the move down to the 200 based off of the 100 and the 200 relationship to each other. That's only an idea until you get that close below about $43.05. Eventually, you are going to break these lower high, and then the divergence will no longer be possible. Let's see if the move has played out in this jewel setup. Alrighty, we'll call it that one. much up to go? This one was not much considering you got to move down afterwards. Oh, 19%. Never mind. It was a decent move. Looks like nothing on the chart. This was 185%. This was 31% and then 50%. And as of now, we've gone up 162%. So safe to say it's bled out. Monthly is also flipped to the upside. Volatility is expanding. Oh, look at that. Monthly is giving you a fresh silver cross. 21 is just now crossing over the 55. We have yet to get a retest of the 9 EMA since after the cross, but we do have a test of it. Is it on the cross? Not just before it crossed. Then you got to bounce off that 9 EMA. So last time we had a silver cross to the upside. Let's see what happened. It was right over here. You got a nice move up from the cross. Let's see how much. About 70%. Good Lord, this thing swings wildly. You got a nice move down to tap the 100, and then the real move up started. Let's, just for funsies, take 70% from where we were at the cross. Brings us to roughly $97, $98 lining up with our current all-time highs. Any divergence on the monthly? Not quite, since it's not taking out those highs. I mean, at the monthly 2 week. There's a dual cross in the bearish control zone, although this is also very likely played out considering the jewel is now all the way into the critical zone. Weekly is also flipped to the upside. Jewel's giving you a God mode signal in the background, so whenever this does shift into a sell signal, it likely is going to be a decent local top, considering this is a weekly time frame. Let's see if I can find another God mode sell signal and see what it produces. But as of right now, we don't have the sell signal just yet. We don't even have the neutral signal. This was about 13%. $22%. About 24%, very in line with 22. So we do get the sell signal here. Very likely will confirm with the close below about $57.89. And let's just take it roughly 22%. That brings us down to about $47 to maybe $45, right along that 21 EMA. Let's go along to a higher time frame. When was it? Was it the 2 week? Very close to that 2 week 9 EMA as well after that silver cross. Until then, we still have a buy signal, so hasn't shifted to the sell signal yet. 5-day also flipped to the upside, also has a buy signal. Any divergence? No, didn't take out that low. 2 days currently flipping down. Are we losing? We haven't lost the 5 EMA just yet. We are currently bouncing off of it. If we do lose that 5 EMA though, that's very likely going to get a move down to fill this gap, tapping this 200 at that same $47, $48 area. And it also lines up at the bottom, 38.2%. Daily is currently also flipped to the downside. Daily has lost the median. You're holding right along that daily 9 EMA. Losing that 9 is what's going to give you that move to the 21, sitting somewhere around $55. Unlikely it's going to bounce from there though, based off of that 9 EMA on the silver cross. Very likely you're going to go a little bit lower, tap that 55 along that $49, $48. And divergence forming, not quite. 4 hour also flipped to the downside. 4 hours not lost. The 5 EMA and the 9 EMA lost at 38.2%. As of right now, this area should be resistance right along about $60-ish. And are you forming any divergences? Not making lower lows? No divergence present. There is some bearish divergence, but it's arguable that it's played out since we've already tapped in 21 EMA. 4 hours now giving you a very bearish dual cross, however. You're getting the pink crossing below the yellow in the critical zone, not even in the bullish control zone. Let's see what this does. This is a 4 hour though, you gotta keep that in mind, so it's not gonna be as powerful as a higher one. Still should be respectable. Right there. This one isn't clear. Do it right there. And we'll call it at this one. This was about what, 5.5%. About 4.7%, very close to 5. $1.7 bounced up 1.7, then 7.4. This one about 3.8. So we were to take it somewhere around 4 or 5, that'd be $57. Take it 7%, somewhere around 56. I wonder what 48 would be. Significantly higher than all the other moves. So likely you do get a bounce first at that $55 area. Let's go to the RSI. Quarterly put in a fresh drive, we hidden bullish divergence after this candle close here, which is our previous quarterly. That will give you a target of hitting that simple moving average, which right now is sitting at about $93. So very close to that $98 number we just looked at. Volatility is currently contracting on the quarterly, almost fully reset, sitting at 24%, just over the extreme lows. The last time we started expanding on the quarterly volatility was at about 22%, basically the same exact area that we're sitting at now. And we also had hidden bullish divergence then as well, which we have now. Hidden bullish divergence, volatility at very low levels, might be zooming up to current all-time highs. Pains me to say it because I don't like the company. Divergence here? No. 2-week ass bullish divergence. Very arguable that that's played out considering how far we are in the RSI. Let's see, we're at 93, 92. I'll change it to 95 and see what number we get. What is it? Critical level 95. Oops. About $82. Doesn't fit any of my biases, so I'm going to ignore
that. Smart man. Nothing. Nothing. Really doesn't have any divergences in the low time frames. 4 hours got some bearish divergence. Would give you a target of hitting the bearish control zone. Right now that's sitting at about $57.50. Considering volatility is so low, very likely going to hit the critical zone. And this is the number I like to see. $47.45. Very beautiful. I'll take that one to notice because it agrees with my bias. And I didn't have to change the settings to make it agree. Good for you. Look at you. Fucking growing up, huh?
I didn't even have to change the settings. Quarterly is pointed heavily to the downside, with volatility still contracting, which is the hopium. You are putting in quarterly hidden bullish divergence, however, by taking out all of the previous lows, and that will confirm with any close over $68.31. But I'll round it up to $69 for the culture. Monthly is currently pointed to the upside, very close to getting volatility expansion, making it a lot more likely that quarterly is going to flip up, putting in the hidden bullish divergence, and it is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $27.07. And it's projected on this next close to break out of the bearish control zone. If this was going to be bearish, this number would have gone up significantly at this point. 2 week is currently also pointed to the upside, very close to flipping down. However, volatility is now going very close to going into a contraction phase. It technically is it not quite very close? It's at 25. The moving average is at 21. Or I'm looking at the wrong one. I'm retarded. It's just below. It's at 72.62. The moving average is at 72.86. So technically it is in a contraction phase, which will confirm in 2 days and 4 hours. That'll go along with momentum flipping down below $61.07. We're currently just below that area, and we have a fresh silver cross. So wouldn't it be just picture perfect to get momentum quickly shifting to the downside after we've gotten a fresh silver cross? Tap that 9 EMA right around that $48, $47 area, and then we can send it up with the momentum flipping back up, putting in hidden bullish divergence. That'd be very textbook. And it is a stock, so usually it does work like that on stocks. 5 days currently pointed up with volatility expansion, and it will be pointed up as long as you're closing over $59.80. Weekly. 5 days currently, yeah, that was the weekly, my bad. 5 days currently pointed up as long as you're closing over $59.62 with volatility expansion. Basically the same exact look as the weekly. 2 days getting very topped out. It got all the way up to, what was that number? About like 95% on volatility. It looks like you're about to get your mean reversion move. Hasn't dropped below the moving average just yet, but after this candle closer, it's likely going to. And you're flipped down on momentum now. You're gonna remain down as long as you're closing below $62. So it is nice to see that volatility is just about to start contracting while momentum is pointed down. Is there a higher high? There is, so there's no bearish divergence. Daily. Daily is now already starting that mean reversion with volatility starting to contract after hitting somewhere in the 98% range. Momentum is currently pointed down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below about $62.54. 4 hours also currently pointed to the downside, with volatility now almost at extreme lows, sitting at 17%. Very close to getting to an expansion, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $62.15. And it's projected on this next open to be within the bearish control zone. So on the higher time frames, it is starting to look kind of bullish, where volatility is now in the same zone where it was when you had your initial several 1,000% move, and you're getting momentum. It's still flipped down, but you're getting close to the pivot. You're putting in possible hidden bullish divergence, whereas the monthly has already flipped back up, very close to getting volatility expansion on the monthly. The 2 week now has a silver cross. You're very close to flipping to the downside, which is what bulls would want to see. Is because volatility is now going into a contracting phase. This is the perfect time to get a little pullback, put in some healthy structure while volatility is contracting. Put in hidden bullish divergence on the 2 week, retest the silver cross, and then you'd get your volatility reset and have enough with the hidden bullish divergence to retest your current highs somewhere around $98. On the lower time frames, all of them are starting to flip momentum to the downside, all the way down to the 4 hour, which is about to get volatility expansion with the momentum to the downside. Lining up with a move on the 2 week down to retest that 9 EMA right around $47, $48. High probability you're going to bounce from there and put in some hidden bullish divergence on the 2 week. And from there, I'd be looking at a retest first somewhere in the 70s, and then after that, somewhere around all-time highs at $98. And the invalidation right now is either getting a tick below about $32.36 or a weekly close below $41.31. Either one of those two things, and you're likely going to be coming back to retest this 20s area. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think right now, if we do get a pullback, so $47, $48, retest the 2 week move across and then send it.
Yeah. It's fucking drink. All right.
It has no
yeah.
reflection on the beverage.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And we got ETH for you. The Ethereum, the ethereal, the ether.
Oh, I get to be Russian.
You get to be Russian today, a little fuck doll for all the people.
Okay, I need a slam of vodka first.
You must buy purse. That's number one. You buy purse.
I have Birkin. I have Birkin. Always
buy.
Birkin.
That sounds a little Indian, my friend. That sounds a little Indian, my friend. My friend, come back to the store. My friend, I invite you over. Come over. I invite you all the things you want. You buy. You can have whatever you want in the store. Okay. I had a friend of mine that called me when I had recently just moved to LA from New York, and that's when I could start listening and hearing accents, right? Because at first I could barely fucking speak English. And when I moved to LA, I get this call, and we still had those phones with answering machines, right? That were like, "Hey, leave me a message," and then you would hear the other person. And I heard this Indian dude that I could barely understand, and I was like, "What the fuck?" So I picked up the phone, and I'm like, "Hello," and my friend's like, you thought I was an American, blah blah blah. I was like, "Were you trying to do an American accent?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "You sound fucking like a retarded Indian. What are you doing? Get your accents right, son."
I am not a retarded, my friend. I
am not a retard, my friend. Not a retard. My name is Gregory. Yeah, right.
My name is Bobby, my friend. I am here for fix your computer.
The accents are amazing. Oh, I love them. You guys do them great too. I love the Trump. All the accents. It's
with the accents.
No, the accents. They always come out.
Please do not mention Mr. Trump. He will deport my family.
I did not want Mr. Trump to come and take all of our Kuri and our family. Kuri is very important to me and the family too, I guess. But Kuri overall, Mr. Trump doesn't like the Kuri. Oh, sorry, boys. Sorry. Had to do it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
It's not racist because I gave both of you the pass.
Yeah, thank you. Also, it's not racist because I don't give a fuck if it is. How about that? Fucking
Perfect.
Everyone's such a pussy these days.
I mean, how can they cancel me? Really?
Yeah. What are they gonna cancel for me? No. Oh, what are they gonna cancel? Get the fuck out of here.
What are they gonna do?
Oh, fuck out of here. All right. Ahora sí, damas y caballeros, tenemos aquí Celsius para todos ustedes en directo, en vivo y en directo a todo color. Esta belleza de movimiento, por cierto, pueden ver perfectamente acá. En realidad mi línea meme debería estar acá. No entiendo por qué no la tengo ahí, pero también habíamos tenido este delicioso resultado. Yo creo que esta es la que va acá. No me gusta tener dos líneas memes ahí. Voy a quitar esta. De todas maneras, no nos va a servir de nada. Este es lo importante. Este va a ser el nivel que queremos superar, justamente en los $60.70 u 80 centavos, más bien. Y aquí lo pueden ver. Vamos a poner a Celsius. No, este tiene bastantes datos para poder enseñarles todo el gráfico. Pueden ver que desde el 2020 esta madre empezó a subir como loca. Tuvimos obviamente el pico por ahí de octubre, noviembre del 2021, muy a la cripto. Y de ahí tuvo una buena caída a los $12. Después de haber llegado hasta los 36, hizo un 3X para abajo. Y de ahí tuvo una expansión de 13 a casi $100. Casi $100. Tocó los 99.62 y ahí la dejó. Y de ahí se fue hasta 22. Básicamente casi un 80% de pérdida. Y ahora está rebotando esos 22 tan famosos que los acabamos de hacer. Por ahora, la primera vez que tenemos una vela trimestral desde que tuvimos la gran caída en el 2024, por encima del promedio del 9. Esto es bastante bueno para cualquiera que es alcista en Celsius. El nivel a romper simplemente para poder ver los 83 y después probablemente un máximo histórico va a ser simplemente los 83.29 una vez que pasemos los 60.87. Con eso dicho y hecho, vamos a la mensual. Podemos ver que en la mensual tenemos este movimiento a la alza, donde los promedios lentos están subiendo por encima de los rápidos, los rápidos por encima de los lentos, que es bueno. Tenemos al promedio del 9 por encima ya del 55, el 5 por encima de todos los demás. el 21.34 en orden y ahora el 9 tiene que continuar para decirnos más de esto. Esta es una vela envolvente alcista. Eso quiere decir que arriba, abajo, cubre la vela pasada completa del mes pasado. Pueden ver que el mes pasado no tuvo nada de volatilidad Celsius. Estuvo rangueando entre $48 y 43. Esos son rangos de hormigas, damas y caballeros. Pero ahora tenemos esta gran vela alcista que en este momento parece un doji. ¿Por qué parece un doji? Porque no te dice para abajo y para arriba tiene las mismas patitas como su tío Salvo y está gorda en medio. Entonces es indecisión. Pero el ver que también estoy viendo que mi volatilidad quiere confirmar expansión por encima del promedio en la mensual. Estoy viendo este velazo verde que es una vela envolvente alcista. ¿Por qué es envolvente? Porque se come toda esta vela por completo, de principio a fin, y continúa la alza. Está por encima de todos nuestros promedios importantes, encima del 5, encima del 9, encima del 21.34, etcétera, con esa posible expansión de volatilidad. Si pongo el HPDR, pueden ver que venimos a tapear justo la zona del 78.6%, una vez más 62.92, que es más o menos donde tenía mi línea meme antes, y vamos a querer romper esta zona para poder ir a buscar, y pueden ver lo grande de este rango, los $100 en la parte alta del 88.3% en la mensual. Ahora, de perder la zona de los $46 a la baja, que está muy por debajo, ahí es donde pondríamos nosotros las alarmas, porque podríamos venir hasta los 37 y de no aguantar los 37, esto ya, básicamente ese punto estaría cocinado. 2 semanas después del movimiento con expansión de volatilidad, tenemos contracción de volatilidad, eso es bueno, eso nos debe dejar que esto resetee y ¿cómo se dice? Se pueda consolidar para poder subir los niveles del HPDR y continuar a la alza. Por ahora lo que están viendo es un cruce plateado a la alza, justamente en la de 2 semanas por acá, lo que sugiere que cualquier retesteo del 9, que este 9 se encuentre en los $45, probablemente va a venir a los 46, y es más o menos la idea que les habíamos platicado en el stream pasado, o al promedio del 5, en los $50. Creemos que una buena consolidación por acá no le hace daño a nadie, que aguante y bolas, que rompa la alza esos 60, 80 y de ahí continúe a romper esos 83 y se vaya a máximos históricos en los 100. Tienes un cruce plateado, tienes tus promedios una vez más, el 9 por debajo, por fin en orden, el 21 por encima del 55 y el 34, están perfectamente en orden, lo pueden ver acá, el amarillo es el 21, el blanco es el 34 y el 55 es el 42. El promedio del 100 está aquí abajo y la media se encuentra en los $36. Vamos a la semanal. ¡Semanal! Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo y esta volatilidad expandiendo está yéndose un poco de lado. Esto, recuerden, va a confirmar este fin de semana, pero esto no cuenta, este movimiento de la volatilidad no cuenta hasta que veamos el cierre. Ahí es donde nos va a dar la confirmación. Por ahora en la semanal también estamos viendo nuestro promedio del 5, 9 por encima de todo. Tienes el 34, tuviste un cruce plateado aquí atrás, que es lo que ha dado este movimiento tan agresivo. Y la parte de la zona azul, por acá en los $50, que te dicen que esa o los 54 van a ser una zona interesante para poder agregar a tu posición de Celsius. Diaria, tienes volatilidad contrayendo en lo que habíamos llegado hasta la parte alta del 88.3% con esta vela y ahora vienes a respirar un poco. Normalmente cuando vemos que caemos del 68 de la zona azul, que está en 57.77, el 61.8% debería aguantar, a menos de que haya algo que se esté friendo, y eso está una vez más en los $54. Puesto sencillo. Para todos ustedes, sin más teatro, sin nada, solamente factos. El gap de acá de los 49 para abajo podría funcionar como una trampa para que todo el mundo se espere a meterle ahí. Lo que más tiene cara es que los 55 sean tu zona ideal y tu segunda zona ideal esté acá entre los 43, entre los 53 a los 50. Esto necesita consolidar un poco, podríamos ver algo así, y de acá ese movimiento reventar a la alza. Estas serían las dos zonas para agregar a tu posición ya abierta. Si estás pensando en comprar Celsius ahorita, tu upside es que podría llegar a los $100, pero se podía frenar, recuerda. Todo puede pasar, tío. Puede que estemos haciendo en la tabla de Celsius, puede que estemos haciendo en general, ponte tú, déjame la pongo así. simplemente un alto más bajo y después darte la vuelta para continuar a hacer un bajo más bajo del que acabas de ver. O sea, todavía, por más, se ve muy alcista la tabla, es muy alcista por ahora, simplemente yo creo que abrir una posición aquí de cero no sería lo mío. Ahora hay ustedes que son valientes, cada quien haga de su vida el papalote que guste y vuélela donde quiera, solamente poniendo mis estúpidos pensamientos enfrente de todos ustedes. Mr. Alex, let's do Rivian. Rivian, the
Nice.
French startup company for electric cars.
Rivian.
Rivian.
You know, making a comeback here. I mean, it's kind of playing into what you were saying with electric cars being doing well. I think this quarter you're saying, or the next
yeah, until September 30th. So when they announce, everybody knows that probably the announcement of the third quarter will be the end or a little before that because it's too obvious. It's too stupid.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is literally because like the issue was it was looking kind of bad. So look at that. I mean, it's pushing up. Rivian's looking pretty good. You got right back above the daily SMA 200. This was the spot I needed to get back above in order for bulls to be in control. They are. You've even consolidated above it healthily. Got back above the EMA 100, and now you're busting up. I want to see essentially $13.71 get reclaimed. I drew this yellow meme line just to represent this range when we were over here. You can see once you get back above $13.35, it's going to slingshot Rivian up to that $13.71. That's when the fun can really begin. This is when the big range opens up, and then we can go to more of the higher time frame. You can see that Rivian was able to actually get up, reclaim back above all major moving averages. Therefore, in this week, you technically were just in a buy trigger. You were pretty held down from all those moving averages, and it dumped pretty aggressively. This bullish SFP made you look a little closely. This reclaim confirmed it. You can just notice when you get back above all major moving averages on the weekly, this is when the fun begins for Rivian. So now all eyes on $13.71. That should be the objective. We still have a massive BBWP setup as well brewing. You have the lowest read ever in this chart's history, which tells me that, yeah, this move potentially could get pretty insane. Now, when will I know if we're actually about to see an absolutely absurd move, essentially? Well, simply, if we just start getting back above, or not even back above because you've never reclaimed it, if you just reclaim the weekly EMA 100, you saw this reject you massively when you made that wick high. Again, just shout out to that one guy who was making fun of that person shorting up here. That this wick just reminds me of that one troll because it did massively reject, and you had a few reasons to be bearish here. Firstly, yeah, weekly EMA 100 never been like tested before. Generally, with a moving average like this, you should be cautious of some kind of pullback. But then also, if you shift to the monthly, I believe, yeah, this was the first time you hit that monthly EMA 21. Just more reason on why you should have been, more bearish. I was seeing people kind of scale longs here. Did not make sense to me. You also, going into the monthly now, are about to confirm something which is definitely much needed and nice for bulls. In the next 2 days, if you can get back above that monthly EMA 9, again, this will play into this being a bullish reclaim. Next objective will be right into that EMA 21, and that's sitting at $15.69 for the culture. So, just more reason on why Rivian really could start moving up. But again, you need to get back above $13.71 and actually hold it. You don't want chop like this. You reclaimed it. You were trying to bust up. I'll give it to bulls. You were trying to move up, but nothing sustained. You formed a lower high and then broke down. So for me on Rivian, I want to see $13.71 hold. If that can hold, yeah, easily we can go up to that $15 region. For the fun to really begin and potentially a major move on Rivian to happen, you need to get back above this weekly EMA 100. This will just, like, in theory, look good. I mean, if you just do this, hold it, I mean, this will be a breakout of this channel that we've been watching for quite a while now. And you are towards the end of it. So it would totally make sense to see volatility kick in here. And for that earnings scenario, it would play in exactly into that. Because, mind you, with this low of volatility, you don't really have like an area to measure it. We can look here when you went up to that 47%. Let's see. I did that wrong. Let's go that again. Do that from here. Cool. So that was 34% to the upside. Mind you, this only went up 50%. Let's look at this one. So 70%, about 71, 70%. Okay. So, let's just say we do like a 32% move from expansion. Remind you, this is not expanding at all. And this isn't even showing you that it is. This might even print a zero read on volatility potentially. But, just for my own curiosity, let's just see what a 30% move from the EMA 100 would be. It's like more in that $21 region. Interesting, specifically too, when you see it is at 13 bucks. That is why you do need to watch these ranges very carefully. You are at resistance and you are approaching it. This yellow line, which is more lower time resistance. If you go to like 4 hour, you can just see. But what you have now is a good daily close potentially brewing. You get back above $13.35. I do think you're going to test right into that 13.71. This is the big test. This is what will open up a big range where you potentially can move all the way up to that $15 region. You've seen this play out really nicely before. You close above it, and then you just start moving up. And let's see, chop. Lots of chop, but still held it and then moved up. Pretty big range on Rivian, 11% range. So if you're not positioned now, I mean, the trigger was the SMA 200. If you're not positioned now, absolutely no reason to be aggressive longing now. Might as well just wait and see if the weekly closes above $13.72. Because even if you are the most, bullish person on Rivian, you would be looking at, this going up, retesting the monthly 9, using that as a spring, and then potentially moving up into September, which actually would line up pretty nicely with this channel breakout. Like, yeah, into September essentially. So okay, cool. Let's see now the HPDR. Oh, look at that. So this is even breaking out potentially now, not confirmed. We need to see where this closes in 2 days, but still just kind of playing into the idea that bulls are in control. This is now bullish. This reclaim was bullish, and getting back above all major moving averages on the daily always just gives you busting action moves on Rivian. And it always starts on the SMA 200. It's something you can notice. And we're really not that far from that still. So really no FOMO here. Watch 1371. You need weekly closures above that. If you can get weekly closures above that, I do think you can easily go up to that $15 region. That'll be a big zone. Let me go here, zoom in, turn this off. $15 is a big zone. I mean, the reason I go to the bi-monthly is just simply look at how many times it rejects. It's pretty dirty. So, you definitely don't want to be FOMOing, longing up here. You just want to be cautious. Play the levels. Understand that the bi-monthly is closing. You still are under that EMA 9. But if the monthly starts getting above the EMA 9, which it is, this could have implications of maybe you do start pushing up. Now, it is still pretty far away. Let's just measure it from there. So you need to see actually a busting action move in like 2 days. But still, I mean, this tells you that, yeah, $15 is solid resistance. You need to be cautious about that. And you can just see simply the reaction of when you did close above $15. This is when you went kind of berserk on Rivian. So no FOMO at all for me on this chart. I do think, or I'm expecting a move in September. So far, it's looking like it's gearing up for a move to the upside. Now, we know this chart's dirty. I mean, it likes to make these moves up and then quickly sells down, essentially. But for me, if we can just get back above 1371, hold above the weekly EMA 9, and actually use that monthly 9 as support, then yeah, I'll be looking at this as a valid breakout, and this has implications for a major move into September, going all the way up to $15 and possibly a lot higher, maybe all the way up to that $19 region. Because you do see that monthly EMA 34 is coming down. So if you do start getting back above that, let's say the 21, yeah, that would be the next objective right there. So that's all I really have on Rivian. No FOMO, just watch this region. You have your trigger, 1371 is the zone. And if you reject that, then yeah, that'll potentially be dirty. Why it would be dirty is because if you start rejecting that 1371, this will then start looking like a major bearish retest. And that's why you want to be very cautious right in this region. Yes, you've had a good move up so far. Bulls are looking strong, but if they truly are strong, then they should have no reason expanding from 1371. Because if you go to like even the weekly, you reclaimed support. You then massively dumped. And so you're just rallying right back up to it. And this still could be looked at as a lower high. You had your lower low, lower high. So that's why 1371 and expansion, taking this high out, will be very key. So no FOMO yet, honestly. And we'll have to see when this weekly expands, because it's still not looking like it is. We'll need to see if it gets back above the moving average. Then most importantly, closes above 15% on a weekly. Let me check the 2-week here. Wow. I'm very interested to see where this move will take us, honestly, up or down. Because it is cool to see, like, volatility is really low. So all this chop has done is just given us a major setup. All the degenerates are just out now. They've chopped themselves out, and the 2-week is priming along with the weekly on doing a major busting action move. So we'll have to see. Cautiously bullish, though. I just need to really see this 1371 get reclaimed. Then the fun can begin, I think. I think a move to $15 is pretty nice, even. So yeah, that's all I have on Rivian overall. It is interesting to just see that low weekly and 2-week BBWP. I'm very interested to see if that's going to like fire down. You get your $6 Rivian, or if that starts taking you up to like over 20.
I think even the monthly, right, had the lowest volatility setup of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So on this, just this is what I picture just by I don't know why. Not crossing the 1885 right here. Or if he does, it'll be dirty. And now I'm not saying this will go to $6. That's too cheap. Now, anything can happen if, like, let's say there would have to be a big crisis, right? Like a mega, and there's actually no. There just needs to be no interest rate cuts, period. Like interest rates won't come down. Like they'll come down 0.25%. Who gives a shit, right? If they just don't, after this quarter, demand's going to plummet like a motherfucker. That could take you back to the $8 thing again. I would expect here maybe the rebound that finally gives us the bust up move, but it's going to take some time. But this could be the zone of maximum opportunity. Anything below that is a gift. Like you might as well just tell your mother and put it like buy Rivian.
Because because like what you said,
do you know anyone who's buying?
When the rates come down, essentially, the electric cars will be in favor first. So I mean,
100%
come back. So,
but the thing is, everyone wants those rates to come down again, even though they're all complaining about inflation, which is the funniest thing in the world. But there's no like the narrative. What the government is doing is they're telling you everything is great, so they don't reduce rates. That's all they're doing. They're holding him up there. Everyone's fucked. That's fine. They don't care. I don't know why people think daddy government's going to come and save them. So this is why I'm saying demand right now will collapse. We just and again, I'm not saying something that I'm predicting. I'm saying something that I already saw with regular cars. When they fooled everyone into believing price were going to go up in regular cars, they went bought so many of them, and now no one's buying cars because everyone that was like in a year worth of demand, like anyone that had contemplated maybe I should buy a car, bought one. And now demand has completely plummeted, and that's why you go to Ford dealerships, GM dealerships, any dealership, and it's full of cars because that's already done. So these guys are going to encounter that. This is going to be bullish as fuck, probably going to get to here. And in here, that's the end of the news, third quarter results. We come down. The question is until where? That's going to be the maximum shortest opportunity. Because what I like is instead of buying this, you can just buy this. And the time that you saved along with the money is just worth more, in my view, than buying at a lower price if it's going to bust up quicker. Does that make sense?
No, of course, because yeah, it's the extremity low. I mean, the chop has just been insane on this chart. So extremity low
and on
buys
Tesla
definitely would be smart. Yeah, true. Tesla too. That's a good point. It's been terrible. My mind goes to September. It's going to give a move on my chart. So, like, is it just waiting for maybe a rate cut? And if markets get exactly what it wants, Rivian will bust up, or it won't, and it rejects 16, and it just rolls over.
To me, the rate cuts, like these rate cuts, if there's one or even two, are just like the same rate cuts like that we got last year. Bullshit cuts, and then they won't translate into really lower interest rates.
I see.
Like after they cut 3 times last year, you go to the bank and the bank charges you more money for those loans. So the Fed can say whatever they want to these very smart people that are listening to the Fed. And yeah, that doesn't change the rate. So they're going to do the same thing right now, probably, or probably not. I don't care. It's irrelevant. This is what I was saying to everyone before starting this. People don't understand when money is expensive and when money is cheap. Like that simple concept, they don't understand it. But they're all telling me about the Fed and what they're doing. It's really simple. You just call every first of the month your bank and tell them, how much can I get a loan for a house for, and how much can I get a loan for a car for? If the number 2 months in a row goes down, you wait because it's going to go to 3%. If the number stays the same, it's irrelevant what the Fed tells you. Does that make sense? That's how you make money, really. And right now, this is irrelevant, not correlated whatsoever to interest rates. The movement on Tesla and on Rivian is that they're telling everyone the economy is very strong, and no one understands that the sales that they're having right now, which they're not publicly telling everyone, we're fucking murdering it, even though they are, and the cars are now in you have to wait like 2 months to get a fucking Model Y now, I think, because they're sold out.
Oh, you were saying that. Yeah. Smart people are trying to stay ahead of the curve.
Exactly. So all those smart people are going to make this possible, and then this will come down because won't get any sustainability, because the next quarter is going to be the worst quarter they've ever had in their life. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's like a liquidity grab, basically.
Yes. It's like an out loud liquidity grab on everything, like the Rolexes too. You know what I'm saying?
I hope so.
It is, dude. It absolutely is. What do you think? All those fucking retards are smart?
Can't wait to dump on them in real life.
Yeah, that's the way to go. And then you you dump, and then you rebuy again for nothing.
I literally just saw, as we were speaking, an Instagram post of some dude freaking out about adding an Omega Speedmaster to his cart. It has like a $1,200 to $1,500 import tax. He's like, here we go, the tariffs are coming.
Yeah, exactly. So let's enjoy right now what we know, which is most people are completely mentally challenged, and they're falling for all the narratives that they're told and fed in a fucking delicious spoonful of cereal of bullshit. And let's just do exactly the opposite of what they're doing. So this is why I wouldn't buy Rivian right now. I don't know how big the pump is going to be. And the same thing with Tesla. I don't know if it's really going to go to here, to here, to here, or maybe here and then come down. But what I know for a fact is it's going to come down. And also because Ford can hide it, their bad sales and everything, by selling to dealerships. So Ford, when they sell, we sold 1 million cars, they're not talking to people, they're talking to dealerships. When Tesla says we sold 1 million cars, they did it to people. So they benefit first from good sales, and they also get punished first from bad sales. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah. This is why I love this, because it's so simple. It's just so simple. It's unbelievable. It's like stealing money.
Yeah, and
So,
honestly, you've been pretty right on the electric car scene since, I mean, just this whole year. I mean, calling it right. So
it's just they're saying everything out loud. It's just people are listening to the news instead of what the car companies are doing.
But my point is, like, yeah, no, whatever you're doing is just totally right. Like, so far, it is popping, it's going up. I don't even know how high it's going to go. It is tricky because, like, it could reject at 16, could reject at 18,
Could reject at 15. Could reject at fucking 14.
13. Yeah, 14. It could. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It really could, though. That's why I agree with you. It is very tricky.
This is why I'm not touching it, because not everyone, but there's a second layer of retardness. And the second layer of retardness believes and knows that this quarter is going to murder. So could that be a trap in itself? You know what I mean? So it's not worth playing this if you know the next quarter is going to be shit either way.
Big brain, a big brain gambler would buy end of the year puts.
There you go.
Look for weakness.
There you go. There you go.
I hear
two. Yeah, big gambler though.
Right there, $17.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So let's see what the fuck happens with this. All righty. I'll get into it. And afterwards, for you, Mr. Alex, we got one thing. I'm sorry. I saw it, but COTY. I don't know what the fuck that is.
COTY. Cody Inc. Interesting.
There you go.
All right, cool.
Thank you.
Yep.
Vamos a ver Rivian para todos ustedes en vivo y en directo. Estas son de mis acciones favoritas. Tenemos que entender una cosa. No, siempre les digo, apaguen las noticias, no estén viendo esas mamadas, ¿no? Para no caer en pendejadas. Rivian está a punto de tener el mejor cuarto que han tenido en toda la historia, porque en septiembre 30 acaban los incentivos. Lo mismo con Tesla, por eso hemos dicho, no va a caer más y tiene más probabilidad de subir en este momento que bajar. Y la cosa es, me preguntarán, pues entonces, ¿por qué no compras si sabes que va a subir, Alejandro? Porque hay muchos que sabemos esto, simplemente viendo las ventas, como los tiempos de órdenes, etcétera, porque yo estoy todo el tiempo fantaseando en comprar estos estúpidos coches, ¿ok? Entonces me meto y veo. Antes te lo daban casi el mismo día. Y ahora, para un modelo Y, tienes que esperarte casi 2 meses. Entonces, claramente la demanda sí se aceleró a un punto pendejo. No nada más eso, no estoy copiándole, no estoy pensando, no estoy siendo un genio, no estoy sacándome esta información de Dios y me la está dando en un batido puesto en mis huevos para yo lamerlo todo. Lo que está ocurriendo lo mismo que pasó en los cuartos pasados con las agencias de coches normales. Lo que pasa con las agencias de coches normales comparadas con las eléctricos es cuando Ford te dice que vendieron 1 millón de coches, vendieron 1 millón de coches a agencias. Entonces, cuando el mercado se empieza a dar la vuelta, la gente dice, güey, pero Ford vendió 1 millón de coches. Sí, pero todos siguen sentados en la agencia. Nadie cuenta eso. Cuando a Tesla instantáneamente va a tener un buen cuarto, ese cuarto es reflejado instantáneo porque es directo al consumidor. Y lo mismo pasa cuando se da la vuelta y se va a la mierda. Cuando Tesla tiene un mal cuarto, es el primero en caer comparado con Ford, porque Ford tiene mínimo 90 días, o sea, entre 60 y 90 días antes de que se le caiga el teatro. Lo único que yo sé, además de que esto va a subir, o que, bueno, está subiendo y no va a caer más, por ahora, es que va a caer. Porque el cuarto que sigue, el último cuarto de este año para estas empresas, va a ser el peor de toda su historia reciente. Para Rivian podría ser el peor de su historia, para Tesla historia reciente. ¿Por qué? Porque van a eliminar el incentivo fiscal, los créditos el 30 de septiembre. Y lo que están haciendo es, como le dijeron a todos, ven a comprarlo antes de los aranceles. A estos güeyes les están diciendo, ven a comprarlo antes de que se acaben los créditos. Y toda la gente que está pensando, güey, en un año voy a necesitar comprar coche, fueron a comprar. Por eso vimos esta demanda estúpida explotar. Pero ¿qué pasa después de esta demanda estúpida? Te quedas sin demanda por un año o mínimo 6 meses. Y eso va a llevar a Rivian a caer otra vez, a Tesla a caer otra vez. Y es ahí donde yo voy a agregar. No en este movimiento. Este movimiento me vale 3 kilos de nepe en las dos, ¿ok? Entonces, para ponerlo en contexto, hemos visto a Rivian caer desde sus máximos históricos en los 180 hasta donde estamos ahorita, en 13.37, con un mínimo histórico por ahí de los 8.28, 8.30, ¿no? Vamos a ver, para no contarles pendejadas. Low, 8.26. Ahí está, estaba mal. En los 8.26 es el mínimo más barato. Esa evaluación ya en sí es demasiado barata para una empresa del tamaño de Rivian. No sé si volvamos a ver ese número otra vez, pero algo muy cerca sí esperaría. Los 9.90, 9.80, tal vez los 9. Ahora, va para abajo de eso y, güey, es hora de vender a tu mamá, a tu papá, a quien puedas para comprar esta chingadera, porque estaría demasiado barata. Y es lo que yo estoy esperando. Es simplemente esperando para soltarme con todo. Y por ahora, lo que hemos visto con Rivian es que hemos estado haciendo altos más bajos, pero bajos más altos desde abril del 2024. Llevamos un año y medio haciendo bajos más altos. Lo pueden ver acá en los 8.26, lo pueden ver acá en los 9.50, lo pueden ver acá en los 10.38 y lo pueden ver acá en los 11.56. ¿Ok? Bien, eso es bueno. También, últimamente, de acá, de enero del 2025 a mayo, hicimos un alto más alto. Ahora tienes un bajo más alto. ¿Qué es lo que sigue? Si estás en una tendencia alcista verdadera, deberías de tener un alto más alto. Para mí, la cosa va a ser esta. ¿A dónde nos va a llevar este movimiento? ¿Nos va a llevar a los 15 y nos va a dejar ahí? ¿Nos va a llevar a los 16 y nos va a dejar ahí? ¿O nos va a llevar a los 18, 40, no llevarse este máximo y de ahí caer? ¿Cuál de todas esas es el sabor que buscas? Una vez más, a mí en lo personal no voy a ponerme un objetivo, no me importa. También hay un escenario que sería el más culero de todos, que normalmente lo más culero es lo que más juega, donde esto vaya arriba de 18.85, se lleve este máximo y todo el mundo diga, ya chingamos, y bolas, güey, te lleves el mínimo también y este mínimo y regreses a los $10. Totalmente posible en lo que se está dando. Y una vez más, simplemente porque estoy viendo, de acuerdo a las ventas, qué narrativa van a venderle a todo el mundo y qué es lo que todos los inversionistas hacen en esas situaciones. No estoy intentando predecir el futuro, estoy intentando predecir algo que yo entiendo desde el punto de vista de marketing, que son narrativas, que es lo que me ha funcionado bastante bien por ahora con el mercado. Entonces, por ahora, ¿qué es lo que quieres si eres alcista en Rivian? Quieres simplemente, y la de 2 semanas va a ser tu mejor amiga, tío, tu mejor amiga. Quieres poder estar por encima de los 13.30, pero para ser alcista con ganas, arriba de los 13.93. Esta zona. Una vez que estés aquí, ahí está la media, también en los 14, básicamente $14. Ahí te podría mandar hasta los 17.41. Y acá, rechazar. Y si no son los 17.41, el 61.8% está justamente en los 19.42. Estos 19.42 superaría este máximo, todo el mundo entraría aquí en long y se los llevaría el payaso una vez más. Ese es el movimiento que yo espero. Ahora, Alejandro, ¿qué tal si te equivocas y no hay caída después? Eso es para ti de considerar y pensar. Pero esto sería la jugada. Esta es mi jugada. Ustedes hagan lo que sea. ¿Dónde sé que estoy mal? Llévate los 11.57 para abajo, que es este mínimo. Este mínimo. Te llevas este mínimo ahorita, olvídate que va a subir más. Este ya fue el tope y vas para abajo. Así de fácil. Así de fácil. Mr. Farhano, we're ready for some ETH.
From Ethereum.
The Ethereums. Almost buy a purse. A very nice purse, I say. I don't know. That's a
Hey.
little Middle Eastern.
The entire stock of Birkin is going to Vitalik's girlfriend.
Is it? I thought he was gay.
No, he's got an Asian girlfriend.
Oh, man.
Oh, so you
I'm
know,
all-
hang on a second. He gets sodomized by her. You definitely know that. He's
Oh, for sure.
he's an enjoyer of the being pegged crew.
I mean,
But-
if gauging by Vitalik, not a wild guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying anything groundbreaking here. Everyone that listens to that is like, should be like, yeah, that makes sense. Like if you
Okay,
looked at a
yeah.
picture of him with his
100%.
purse, you'll be like, yeah,
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
I can see that.
right?
So on the monthly, should we do quarterly? Let's do quarterly. Right now on the quarterly, you're getting momentum starting to flip back to the upside. Last time you had momentum flipping back up on the quarterly was sitting in right around July of 2023 when price was at about $1,500. We went from $1,500 to about $4,100 in 2024. So from that momentum flipping up, we went, let's see how much percentage basis. About 145%. As of right now, we flipped back up in January of 2025. And how much have we gone up from a percentage basis? Let's see. About 170 to 180% that we've gone up so far. Gone up more than we went last time. We're making a higher low. There's no divergence possible, while volatility is now sitting at extreme lows and momentum has flipped back up. Let's see if there's a comparable time where momentum and volatility were up. Nope. Only really in the early beginnings. So we don't have anything in relative history where we have volatility expansion. So it doesn't really matter, I guess. Go to the monthly. Monthly is also flipping to the upside. Is monthly making higher lows? Ever so slightly lower low. Well, price did lower lows too, so no divergence. Interesting. Ethereum not doing any divergence on the monthly, whereas Bitcoin is. This one is no, this is also a lower low. Wow. Ethereum's doing all this busting action with no monthly bullish divergence.
What about the
That's
jewel buy signal at the bottom?
That's true. It does have this. It is putting in a very nice buy signal right at the edge of the bearish control zone, taking out all of this previous jewel lows, which is a higher low on the jewel. So there's bullish divergence of the jewel. Yeah, that's true. We don't have it
Nice, huh?
on this or this. We got it on here, I guess.
We'll take it.
Let's see how much of a move this buy signal usually produces. And we'll take it from the sell, so we'll ignore this one here. We don't have very many examples. I think I'll omit this one because this is going to be a little crazy. This is where it went from like $600 to over 4,000. And yeah, no, actually 300 to 4,000. So all right. Oh, I caught the exact bottom. 79% up, and then 242%. Let's take this one. So far, 99% up. Let's just for funsies do 242. Oh, good lord. That brings us to about $8,500. I'm not saying Ethereum is going to $8,500. It's just what it would be if that same move were to play out. Right now, we are over that monthly median. Median's at about 42.75. We do close over the median, depending on where the median goes. Very likely we do get another move into the median. If price opens above the median, which it likely will, the median is probably what it uses to spring up to the top 30 at 0.2%, which is also going to change on the monthly close. Right now it's sitting just under $7,000. That's 69.64. Very good number. If only that 4 was 5 higher, then it'd be an even more perfect number. Imagine ETH tops at 69.62.
That'd be so awesome.
I'll take that as a cycle top.
I'll peg Vitalik myself if he does.
Vitalik starts selling his entire stack at 69.69. Ensuring it doesn't go a cent above. Hey, if I was Vitalik, I would do that.
Absolutely. Why not get a little peg, a Mexican peg?
On the 2-week, momentum is starting to shift back up to the upside, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. While volatility is now shifted up to support it, 2-week Jewel is still giving out the buy signal, where most of it is likely played out because you're now entering into the bullish control zone. You're very close to getting the pink crossing above the yellow, which should give you a nice little pump off of that. Likely somewhere around that $5,200 to $5,300 zone that I was talking about, and where I'm going to tell you where the number is. Which one was it on? I think it was on a different exchange. It's on this one. Yeah, there we go. The 61.8% on the Bybit exchange, slightly above 5,300, so like 5,400-ish area.
Hello?
That was my alarm. I don't know why I have
Damn.
an alarm for 12 o'clock.
That gave me PTSD. I thought I had an alarm or something on.
All right. Do the 2-week, the weekly. Weekly is now starting to shift down after putting in a little bit of a top candle right there. And as long as we are trading below 49.55, likely you're going to get a move down to somewhere around this 9 EMA as it slowly rises up. I don't think it's going to bottom at this 5. Seems a little too easy, especially since you're putting in some bearish divergences. No, it's actually higher. Interesting. Doesn't look higher on there. So it doesn't have the bullish divergence on the monthly, and it doesn't have the bearish divergence on the weekly. It's interesting. Ethereum's way different than Bitcoin. I guess since you're, as long as you're holding over that 5 EMA, you're not going to get a test of that 9 since there's no bearish divergence present. At the 5, let me zoom in. Even the 5-day doesn't have any bearish divergence. Holding over that top 38.2%, it's looking a lot stronger than Bitcoin is. Surprised I haven't looked at Ethereum much. I should have been trading this.
Yeah, he's been looking great.
2-week is
honestly.
now putting in, he's looking a lot better. 2-week is
Yeah.
putting in possible hidden bullish divergence now after taking out these 2 lows, getting close to taking out this low here. If you do see a move down to that about 4,800 area, it's going to put in just another drive. That'll be 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence possible. As of now, you're still holding over the median though, so as long as you're holding over there, probabilities are that this is going to be the next higher low and going to spring off to the 38.2%. Right now, that's sitting at about $5,000. That 61.8% is at that 5,400-ish level, and 61.8% is, what did we talk about last time? No, I actually went straight to the 78.6%. That's at a little bit of a higher number, so right around $6,000. Where did we top out on this move? This was the 88.3. Short-term top at 78.6, but just busted through. This one was also 88.3. I'm curious, what is the 88.3 now? Good lord, 6,667. And on this, very close, but it hasn't given you the cross just yet. Pink going below the yellow. And if it holds over the median, likely they're just going to diverge. Daily trying to flip down, still over that moving average. Is there any divergence present? What's this close? This is 47.51. This one is 47.79. So there's bearish divergence on the daily because it did make lower highs with higher highs on price. That was confirmed on this candle close here. You did get the easy target of hitting the 21 EMA. Next target, if you do lose this low, is going to be the 55, which is right now at about 3,900. It would sweep this low, still technically be putting in, switch to the monthly view to make it easier to see. Still technically would be just putting in another monthly higher low. It would be very, very dirty, but would be structurally sound. putting in a monthly high or low. And I do see not very many, but someone that I do respect calling for mid 3,000s on Twitter. Interesting target. Wouldn't it be a very nice wash, slightly new all-time highs, sweep under 4,000, and then send it to like 6,000? It's an altcoin.
It's a piece of shit, yeah. So why not? Anything that goes against what everyone thinks, I'm in for. I'll believe all the weirdest scenarios possible. I'll believe them as long as no one believes them.
Because how many people have we seen saying that we'll go to $3,800? Not
No
many.
one. No.
Switch to the 4-hour. I've personally only seen one.
I haven't.
4-hour now starting to slip down. Volatility is contracting. You're still over the 38.2%, but once you start to lose that area, then you're going to get a move down to at minimum this median, somewhere around $4,500. As long as you continue to hold over this 38.2%, though, then you're likely to retest this $4,800 breakdown zone. Let's go to the RSI, see if that's a little bit more clear. Interesting to see. Ethereum is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence from the quarterly, whereas Bitcoin did it a couple of quarterly closures ago. So Ethereum's now actually looks like it's about to put in the actual move for the cycle. Not going to be a disappointment to make a lower high. This will confirm with any close over about $2,880. So
Oh
safe to
my
say that will
God.
confirm.
Yeah.
Safe. And that confirmation will give us an easy target of hitting the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about $6,540. Very close to that $6,600 number. Maybe it's not so crazy. We're getting volatility expansion on the quarterly now with that hidden bullish divergence. It's looking good. Monthly already has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. Next target is that bullish control zone. Right now, that sits at about $5,300. Wow, it's a very nice number. Let's see. Monthly getting volatility expansion with the hidden bullish divergence from below, from right around 15%. Let's see where it went to. No, it went to 16%. Still a volatility expansion with hidden bullish divergence. 2-week has hidden bullish divergence with volatility expansion. Next target is that critical zone, and that's at about, that's very high, 7,600. This likely updates. You're about to get a pink crossing over the yellow cross soon. Looking there. 3 days got hidden bullish divergence. As long as you're holding over about 4,067. Next move is the simple moving average. That's at another 7,000 number, 7,372.
Ooh.
3 drives of bearish divergence on the 2-day. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 49.55, basically our current all-time highs. Next move is the edge of the bullish control zone. That level sits at about 43.75. And then below there is the neutral zone, and that's at 3,700. Interesting.
That's the Nvidia move.
The final fuck you before sending it to insanely new all-time highs.
Goes up, then comes down hard, and then goes up harder.
Up harder, Vidalix.
Great.
Daily, we've got 3 drives of bearish divergence active as long as we're closing below, I believe, all-time highs. Yep, 49.55. And your next target is the bearish control zone. That sits currently at about 4,000. I'm going to assume the critical zone number will update because that's at $1,300. Just a quick correction at 1,300, and then we go to 10,000 after.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. By the way, if in a scenario, if Bitcoin went down to $12,000, like quickly, like in 3 days, would you buy at $12,000 or would you be terrified?
I'd be kind of scared, but I'd probably get in with some leverage, maybe.
Attaboy.
That's very ETA of you. And when you say some leverage, we know what you mean.
Put in like 5K at like a 20x.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, if it bounces there, that easily turns into 100K.
Oh yeah, quick.
And we'll do ETH BTC on the RSI. Oh, interesting. ETH BTC is also putting in a drive of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. And that will confirm as long as we close over 0.02623. We are currently almost double that number right now. And your next target is going to be, with volatility expansion with that hidden bullish divergence, it's going to be the neutral zone. Neutral zone sits right now at 0.07. That is like 70% higher. I can't do the math, but let's see. Yeah, it's just about, wow, I did the math perfectly. 70%. I'm proud of myself. I'm going to pat myself on the back. There goes the Asian in me.
I'm patting you from here.
Weekly, monthly is now putting in a God mode buy signal on the jewel. First one in history on ETH BTC. I'm
That shit's
interested
going
in
to all-time highs.
10,000. Let's go. 10,000 is too bearish. I'm sorry. 30,000. I guess the 78.6 lines up with that 0.7 number for the RSI target. Breaking above the 78.6 would be the rule that takes you to the 161.8. Probably not this cycle where ETH goes back to these highs of 2017. That puts it at 0.12 Bitcoin. That's, what is that? That's 12,000, 14,000 per ETH.
Basically.
2 week is now giving you a pretty insane buy signal with a God mode in the background, with the pink crossing above the yellow within the bearish control zone. Good Lord, this is insane. Let's see if we have anything comparable. No, we don't. Never. I guess it's ETH's time to shine. I'm gonna stop wasting my time with Bitcoin.
I know. I fucking opened the long on Bitcoin too, and I'm like, why? Why?
It's just an addiction at this point.
Yeah, it's a problem.
my name's Farhan, and I have a problem.
And I'm addicted to Bitcoin, even though it's not going up as much as everything else. I keep buying it.
Hey, I have that problem with XRP.
No, those people need some extra help. And by the way, just XRP being so stupid, it's probably going to work out pretty well.
Watch it actually go to $21.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just the whole thing. It's so stupid that it's probably going to be the big surprise.
Now, ETH BTC is coming off of a double extreme on the volatility. You have bullish divergence, many drives of it. You're deep within the critical zone, though. Holding the hopium is that you're close over that 100 EMA, which you've been below since basically around June of 2023. Holding over there, ideally you'd want to see one more close over there. That's what takes you to the 200, and the 200 right now sits at about 0.055. It's like 25% higher than where we are right now. On the 5 day, 5 days also giving you many periods of 100% volatility. You got many closures over that 100, would give you a move to the 200. Right now that's at like 0.48. 2, 3 day. Nothing there. 2 days got hidden bullish divergence on this close here. And your next target is going to be that critical zone. Right now that sits at about 0. It doesn't tell you what number after there. I hate that with the decimals. Nothing there. Now we'll go to the dollar pairing or the tether pairing or dollar one. That's just a dollar. Okay. And we'll go to momentum. Interesting. Quarterly is freshly flipping to the upside, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 36.75. So even if we do get a test down to 3,800, we would just be tapping that momentum pivot. Didn't we just get that happen on Bitcoin? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Put in a very, very strong, girthy green dildo here. Get a nice little move down, like tap 3,800 bucks right here. There is a nice meme line to be made at 3,800. Let's see. Like 38.92. Look at that
Yep.
meme line. There. Busting action. You're getting volatility expansion with momentum flipping to the upside, entering into the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped. You already mentioned the pivot. Is there any divergence? No divergence present.
But volatility coming from the from the lowest ever.
Yeah,
in
don't
that
need
chart's crazy.
Yeah, you don't need divergence with that.
Yeah.
Monthly is also giving you volatility expansion
Jesus.
for like 17, 18%. Let me zoom in to get the number.
Jesus.
Like 16%. I saw a post on Instagram where people were, dude was dressed up as Jesus going into a restaurant, and the woman goes, "I have a reservation for Jesus."
No way.
It was like, table for 26? Like, no, it's 13, but we're all sitting on the same side.
Oh my God. That's fucking incredible.
It's funny. Monthly is freshly flipping back up on momentum with volatility expansion from 16%, projected to exit the bearish control zone on this next open, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 1548. That's very crazy. If it was going to be bearish at this point, right at the edge of the bearish control zone, this pivot would have gone up. But the fact that price is 3 times this number, that's crazy. 2 week is also giving volatility expansion with the momentum pointed up, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're above 2614. Almost twice that number. Weekly is currently flipped down with volatility sitting at extreme highs, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 49.22. 5 day is also flipped to the downside with volatility at extremes, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 44.53. Two days currently freshly flipped back up. See if there's any divergence. Zoom in. Fuck, I do that. It did make a lower low from this momentum here, made a higher low on price, giving you 5-day hidden or 2-day hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 44.66. Daily is also freshly flipped up. Daily doesn't have any divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 47.33. See volatility, however, has gone into contraction phase with momentum flipped up. And 4 hour is also flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 44.73. And 4 hours not going into volatility expansion. Need one more test is somewhere around like 4,800. And if you get a close over about 49.55, likely going to about 5,300, 5,400. So a little bit lower. 2 hours currently flipped down, very close to flipping up. However, volatility is now at extreme lows, sitting at 6%. If we do flip this up, this is likely where we're going to get our next busting action move to all-time highs. So the higher time frames on Ethereum are now looking extremely mega bullish. Quarterly is now putting in that hidden bullish divergence that Bitcoin confirmed a few quarters back, and this divergence confirms with any close over about $2,880, which is $1,800 away from where we are right now. We're getting volatility expansion from the lowest level ever with that hidden bullish divergence forming. We do have a pivot of about 3675, 3700. So if we do get a move to the downside, that is the area that I'd be looking at. Would be a very fuck you move, wipe out everybody who's longing in this area. Even somebody who's on a 10x is going to be wiped out, because I believe that move is, let's just do it for funsies.
Oh yeah,
like 20% down. So people who aren't even on a 5x are going to be wiped out. and then we send it to new all-time highs. Very, very crypto-like, very not even Bitcoin-like, altcoin-like, because this is a shit coin.
Yeah.
Which level is that? 3,900
38.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
30 between 38 and 39.
Yeah, I have that 3,500. Same scenario, kind of. So it's interesting that you have that too.
And my validation for that happening would be basically weekly close below 41.65 would do it for me. Weekly close below 41.65, and I think likely we're going to go towards that $3,900 zone.
Mm.
And even if we do get and that would be on a daily closing basis, by the way.
Yeah.
And on the lower time frames, you are getting momentum starting to flip back up. Daily is flipping back up. 4 hours flipping back up with volatility now starting to give you a setup. I do think it's going to come down to the 2 hour. If the 2 hour does flip back up, which we are now above the price to flip it back up, it's sitting at 6% volatility. That likely does push us up to somewhere back around $4,800. Then if you get that daily close above 49.55, very likely you're going to bust with that for 2 hour volatility towards some and 4 hour volatility towards somewhere around $5,200 to $5,400. Likely that is going to be another local short-term local top based on how extreme you're going to be at volatility on the HPDR, all of those things. High probability you're going to get at least a rejection there, and the invalidation for basically complete bullishness whatsoever is going to be a tick below about 33.55 or a weekly close below the 2,115. And these are very, very low numbers because this is a shitcoin and shitcoins move like shitcoins. So that's basically only the invalidation. Aside, because as long as you close over that 2,000, I believe it's 2,880, you will confirm the quarterly hidden bullish divergence. And yeah, fun from there.
Very nice. Alex, you want to do yours? You want to do Cuddy so that you can get out and you guys
Oh,
can
yeah.
chill. I'll do these two together back to back.
Yeah, luckily for us, this is a very easy chart. I mean,
Get it.
yeah. So, I mean, this is now just about to approach its all-time low. That's all really you need to focus on. If I go to the monthly chart, I mean, it's been a brutal time for bulls, essentially. When I see something like this, just so dragged away from the EMA 9, this must be just rejecting the 5. And it is. And so this just tells me this is max weakness. If you do get a move up, I would be looking for a move up possibly once you hit that $3 and like $3 flat to like $3.07 region. There you might get an actual move potentially. I would though want to be watching that EMA 9 because as I just said, you really haven't tested it since this rejection here. Did you even test it? No, you actually have never tested it. Just here, actually, in the beginning of this entire dump. So that tells me that's a very, very, very big spot of resistance if you even get to that point. This is a chart where you should just get it off your watch list, in my opinion. There's nothing really bullish about it. And it just really comes down to your conviction and the fundamentals of, holding this, because the hopium was that this was forming a higher time frame uptrend, but bulls could not stick the landing. They could not hold a higher low. You've taken out the last potential higher low that they were hoping for. And now this is just gearing up for a lower low, meaning an all-time low. So not a bullish chart at all. The hopium was that this was going to break out. But as you can see here, the moving averages did work well here. You rejected that, yearly EMA 9. I can even go lower, go to the quarterly. And you can see this whole rally stopped right at that EMA 34. Once you lost all those moving averages on the quarterly, major dump. Now, I would be looking for potentially a lower low to be formed here. And then really it's just a matter of, how much more is this going to dump? You really logically just have to look at this region now. Any kind of move down will solidify that lower low. And then, like I said, I do think you can eventually squeeze up maybe and actually get a test of that monthly 9. But that's really all you're really gauging is the higher time frame. Pretty ugly. This chart is like the definition of a downtrend. And there's really no hopium here. Even on this weekly, you had 2 weeks of 0% volatility. You got a nice red dildo. All I'm looking at now is, okay, cool, you reclaim the 9, you lost it. Maybe you lower high and actually, come up to that $4.57 region on the weekly. You really can't be looking at any longs on this, especially as long as you're under $6. I'll just be honest. This is kind of like the gray zone of the chart. Oy. And all that move to that weekly 9 will just simply be a gap fill. So even if you get that, I'd be watching $4 really closely, $4.60. That could then provide the next lower high on the weekly. And even on the 2-day, look at where the EMA 100 is sitting. Again, I haven't tested that in a very long time. So if you do end up getting a nice squeeze up, because there's no free lunch in this game, watch the $6 in like 25-cent region. That should provide you some kind of reaction. And I do think you are approaching some kind of bounce. You logically have to assume that if you're about to make a new lower low. So again, not bullish at all. And this very well could just do this, form a lower low, and then consolidate, do nothing for months, maybe even a year, and then just roll over again. Won't go to negatives, obviously, but maybe it even gets delisted. Who knows? Not a bullish chart, nothing strong. No point to look at the HPDR. You're just in the extreme levels. And this is even telling you, yeah, most likely a lower low is brewing. That's sitting right at $2.13 to like $2.42. I'll quickly go to the weekly. You have the 100% at $1.57. So, you know, like $1.50 to like $2 could be the new low here. Not good. But yeah, that's all I have on this chart. Luckily, Cody's pretty easy. Just respecting the downtrend.
That bitch. All righty. Well, thank you so much, my boys, for everything. And do you guys want to say something before you leave?
Coach, have a great day, says Coach Loco in Buenos Aires.
There you go, this motherfucker. Hasta luego, Coach Loco. Thank you.
Adios, boys. Watch the trading alerts. And I think we're going to get a nice busting action move on Bitcoin as long as you stay above $112,000. So we'll watch that closely.
Yeah. Let's do it. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate it.
Boys.
Have a good one. Voy a empezar con Ethereum y después vengo a Coti. No, voy a aventarme Coti, que es bastante fácil. Un segundito. Este es un ejemplo de una tabla que literalmente no trae nada. Lo único que está haciendo es bajos más bajos. Tienes este doble tope por acá. Este fue un alto más alto. Este es un bajo más, un alto más bajo. Después de este bajo, te llevaste todos ellos y ahora vas a ir a buscar un nuevo mínimo por acá, a esta zona. El mínimo estaría acá en los 265. Y ahí, güey, va a ser un doble piso y lo voy a comprar, quién sabe. O sea, esta cosa salió al mercado a cotizar en el 2013, hizo su máximo histórico en el 2015 y desde entonces ha estado en una clara tendencia bajista. Y por más que le quieras poner acá, quiero que vean esto. Esta zona nunca la ha vuelto a romper desde que la perdió en el 2018. Y no nada más eso, ya no la veniste a retestear, has hecho altos más bajos que este mismo que estos. ¿Qué te quiere decir esto? Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja en la mensual. Cada rebote al promedio del 9 es una oportunidad para hacerle un corto y esto va a ser nuevos mínimos. No sé qué sea, pero se va a ir a cero esta chingadera. O mínimo a que la delisten o continuar simplemente haciendo a la gente perder dinero que la compre. Porque no tiene literalmente nada de alcista. Podrías hasta poner una resistencia sencilla desde el 2018 hasta acá, donde junte, espérame. Así como la dibujaría. Y no va a pasar de esto. Por más, ahora sí que el potencial más alto que vaya a tener por ahí de los 9, 8, este es literalmente son, ¿qué? 5, 6, 7, 8 años, 7 años, que está en una tendencia bajista y va a continuarla. Después de haber hecho este alto, hiciste este mínimo, después de hacer este alto, vas a hacer un nuevo mínimo más bajo, es lo que sigue. Y ya, no sé qué tanto necesitemos analizar de esto. Y con eso, pues vamos a Ethereum, porque ahí está la fiesta. En Ethereum, damas y caballeros, vean esto. Podemos ver que Ethereum ha estado calentando motores 2018, 2021 y 2021. Desde ahí tomó 4 años a volver a intentar hacer un máximo histórico comparado con Bitcoin, comparado con todo lo demás. Y Muy interesante porque ahora esta tabla se ve demasiado alcista. Al tener este breakout de esta zona en los 3,500, para mí, oficialmente, el retroceso chingón va a venir acá. Y es justamente lo que estaba platicando con Farhan. Si hay un retroceso a esta zona, esta va a ser la zona para hacerle el long de tu vida. Porque esto te lleva a los 5,300, 5,500 y de ahí a los 6,500. Esa sería la oportunidad más grande. Salo, creo que me dice Ramón rápido. Salo, creo que Rivian es como los trade los que ves pasar o te arriesgas a una buena entrada o tener frutos o se te pasó el barco. Yo estoy contigo, no tengo Rivian, me voy a esperar a los $10 para comprar. Si es que se me fue el barco, ni modos, esperamos el otro. No hay ni modos. Yo sí entré en la parte baja de el rango y quiero que se la lleve para abajo. Es lo que me encantaría. No que me encantaría también. Al mismo tiempo, a la gente que ya no tenía, la gente ya no tiene dinero. La gente ya no tiene crédito. Y a la gente no les están prestando. Y a la gente que le quedaba dinero que se quedó, güey, yo me voy a esperar para cuando bajen los intereses y que baje la inflación. A esa gente ahorita le hicieron comprar. Ya no hay más. ¿Me entiendes? La gente que tiene mucho dinero no está comprando Rivian, está comprando Bugattis, porque ahora todo el mundo gana salarios de la NBA en tecnología. Y ahí es donde estamos. Literalmente es donde estamos. Va a bajar. La cosa es, ¿para qué quieres ocuparte tanto tiempo con tu dinero? Ahora, ¿quieres tener dinero en la bolsa por más de un año para poder tener los mayores beneficios fiscales, ¿no? Y no pagar impuestos de 37% y pagar 15 o 10%, lo que sea, capital gains, no sé, en tu estado. Pero fuera de eso, o sea, que no me sirve de nada holdear algo que dure no sé cuánto tiempo. Como la gente que está mame y mame, no, es que no compraste acá Bitcoin en los 15,000. No importa, compré en los 25 y para arriba. Y eso fue donde empezó el movimiento fuerte agresivo en octubre 7. Punto. A mí me gustan los movimientos rápidos del dinero. No me gusta quedarme ahí, y regresa. Bueno, estoy ahí, La única razón por la que me estoy esperando, tengo mis posiciones y no las vendí en estos rips, es porque quiero que tengan más de un año. Porque las posiciones que abrí son para largo plazo. Así que no me preocuparía por ello. Y te lo digo, no hay forma, no hay nada, absolutamente nada que vaya a hacer que Tesla y Rivian vayan a la alza y nunca más veamos los niveles que estoy diciendo. Es imposible. Es imposible. O sea, literalmente con lo que están haciendo es imposible. No sé qué tendría que, no sé qué tendría que ocurrir. Tendría que ocurrir algo que no vimos venir y que de la noche a la mañana de verdad bajen los intereses. Si bajan los intereses de la noche a la mañana, olvida todo lo que te estoy diciendo. Pero no te estoy diciendo que la Fed los baje, que tu banco los baje. Es la única opción. Ahora, Ethereum. Estamos viendo esta tabla, güey, vean lo hermosa, y justamente lo habíamos analizado antes también, pero estamos por encima en la mensual de la media, y la parte alta de la zona azul está en los casi $7,000, en los 6,900. Potente, potente el número. Para mí yo tengo dos objetivos. Tengo el de aquí a acá, ¿no? Con el triángulo que son los 6,500, y tengo también el de este movimiento a la baja, que es lo mismo, y está medido para llegar acá, a los 5,400. Lo único que estamos, y la tabla en Ethereum de verdad se ve absolutamente locamente alcista. Puedes ver que los 4,275, en los próximos 4 días te gustaría cerrar por encima de la media, es lo ideal. Pero probablemente vayas a ver un retroceso a jugar el voy a cerrar por arriba o por abajo. Y también lo ideal, porque ahorita todo el mundo ya está viendo Ethereum, ya están emocionados, están pensando, güey, esto va a reventar ya, se me va a ir el tren, me voy a meter de long, y está metiendo, dejando que todo el mundo se meta aquí en su long. Todos. Lo que va a hacer es darte probablemente esto, va a hacer que coma mierda y después subir, porque este ajuste sacaría a todo el mundo que está apalancado. Todo el mundo que está apalancado. Los voy a llevar a la de 2 semanas. Y también noten esto, trimestral, tienes expansión de volatilidad del punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla. No es esta, es esta. Y puedes ver lo que está pasando. Apenas está en 45% y Ethereum le gusta estar en extremos cuando hace sus máximos históricos. Y para ello le falta otro 50%. Eso es la trimestral. Mensual. También tienes expansión de volatilidad ante este movimientazo en la mensual. Continúa expandiendo y continúa expandiendo. 2 semanas, expandiendo en volatilidad también. Expansión. Boom. Boom. Como decía Carlos Ponce en la película de, no recuerdo cómo se llama, la de Vince Vaughn, que van a la isla esa y que Carlos Ponce está en una tanga todo el tiempo nadando. Couples Retreat. Reventando a la alza. Y además, técnicamente, más allá de eso, pueden ver obviamente lo importante. Tienes resistencia, que es esta línea meme amarilla, consolidación por encima de bust up. Lo único que tienes que ahora pasar para poder lograr máximos históricos son cierres por encima de 4,900. 4,900, empezando a cerrar por ahí, vas a reventar a la alza. Semanal, te está diciendo, estás llegando a extremos. Puedes llegar a extremos tranquilo. Eso nos dice consolidación y probablemente un ajuste. Este ajuste justificaría este movimiento. Ahora, no, en realidad no. Ve, iba a decir que me gustaría ver a ETH en el mejor escenario regresar acá, a la línea donde rompió y de ahí se vaya a la alza. Pero les voy a decir por qué no. Porque rompió a la alza, retesteó y ya reventó. O sea, el retesteo ya ocurrió de la zona de breakout. ¿Y ahora qué seguiría? El promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está justamente en 3,860 y cacho, por lo que esta zona vuelve a ser validada con el promedio del 9 para un reajuste, porque aparte tienes un cruce plateado justo acá, etcétera, en la semanal. Diaria, ves volatilidad contrayendo. Volatilidad está contrayendo en la diaria, perdón. Lo pueden ver por acá, justamente cambiando de lugar. Y en lo que estás viendo la diaria, tienes esta vela topera, más o menos, no es una vela topera, pero es una vela más o menos topera. Te da este movimiento instantáneamente a la baja para hacerte pensar que se va a ir al pito. Se apoya en el promedio del 21, revienta la alza. El promedio del 5 lo está ganando por ahora, está un poco por encima del promedio del 5. ¿Qué es lo que Ethereum va a buscar hacer? Tal vez venir a hacer esto. Y de ahí para abajo. Esta madre se ve muy alcista, Ethereum. Está cabrón. Cabrón, después de todo el desmadre. Güey, nunca habías venido a tocar el S&P 200. ¿Qué creían que iba a pasar? Todo el mundo diciéndoles que 500, que no sé qué. Nel, ahí está justamente donde se agarró y para que vean que normalmente cuando haces un promedio importante que no has tocado, es el momento donde más miedo se siente en el mercado. Y puta madre, ya les hice un video antier que les dije, si sientes miedo, corre hacia él. Y es lo que querías hacer acá. Y lo mismo esperando con Tesla y con todos los demás. Es lo que va a pasar. Déjenme prendo esta chingadera, se me olvidó que tengo que poner mi cara horrenda en esto en vivo para poder arruinarle la vida a todo el mundo. Pero ahí lo tenemos, damas y caballeros. Es así de fácil. Se ve bien la cosa. Creemos que vamos a ver cómo le va a Nvidia. Va a estar divertido hoy, honestamente, hacer trading. Y si no estás en el long de que mandamos en las señales y las alertas, etcétera, vas a tener una probabilidad probablemente de corto, como la habíamos platicado por acá, y mandaremos más señales y estaremos al pendiente de todo esto. Me encantan los días de volatilidad. Agosto ha sido uno de los mejores meses para trading hasta ahora, porque de verdad que tuvo bastantes buenos movimientos. Y septiembre yo creo nos va a dar más volatilidad. Para toda la gente que esté metida en esto y que quiera, que le guste la volatilidad, septiembre va a estar delicioso. Delicioso. No se lo pierdan, quédense pendientes. Y recuerden, estoy regalando $8,000. Yo, no un puto exchange, no nadie. Estoy regalando $8,000 si van y se registran en mi página de internet en salovisa.com. No te voy a mandar correos, no te voy a pedir nada, no me interesa ni vergas. Con registrarte gratis tienes 5 entradas para ganarte estos $8,000. ¿Por qué? Simplemente quiero tener correos para cuando YouTube diga, se te acabó el show, Alejandro, dices muchas estupideces o que se ponga de la verga, tener un lugar donde poder decirles que a los que quieran jalar, vénganse, aquí vamos a estar. Y ya, salovisa.com, $8,000 va a ser anunciado el 1 de septiembre, que ya son 3, 4 días. Qué dolor de huevos Sobre todo con todo lo que gané este mes, tener que regalar $8,000. Fue una mala idea. Fue una mala idea, pero pues ahí los tendrán. Les mando un abrazo a todos. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarme y acompañarnos a todos en este casino del tío Salo. Nos vemos después para un Nadie Me Preguntó y a continuar dándole. Nos vemos este viernes para otro casino. Pórtense bien. Gracias por todo.